We have this morning again met with Commissioner Mkhwanazi, and he will in due course confirm that the statement he has before him is the one that he has approved and has signed. So I confirm, Chair, that he is here, is willing and able to testify, give his evidence before the committee. After you swear him in, he will be led by my colleague, Ms. Mkhwanazi. Thank you.
And so you advise me that I can proceed to administer oath.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that wise counsel. Good morning once again to you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi.
Good morning, Chair.
I'm going to take you through the process of administration of oath, and I would like you to carefully listen to the remarks that I'm going to make before we go through the process. That you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which is investigating the allegations that have been made by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner of the SAPS, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and that your invitation here is for the purpose of helping the committee in investigating these allegations as it does its oversight work. And amongst the allegations that have been that are being investigated is the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT. Number two, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. Number three, alleged corrupt relationships between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, in extending his invitation, the chairperson of the ad hoc committee has indicated to you that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. And please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer of the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Furthermore, please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it, which is false or misleading, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Lastly, you are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect, an oath or an affirmation?
Oath, Chair.
You have elected to take an oath. You shall follow me as I dictate. May you please start by saying I and you state your names in full.
I, Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
In so help me God.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. We are done with that part. We are now going to hand over to Kabazel. Or must I hand over first to you? Yeah, we hand over to Kabazel. I can see the legal team is speaking in one voice. This is very, very encouraging. It is a practice, it's a convention, consecrated convention in this proceedings that the legal team, the MKP, the DA, the ANC, every time these parties speak, they speak in one voice. Thank you so much, Honorable Brigadier Bach, for teaching us to speak in one voice. Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize and Commissioner Mkhwanazi, I want to take this opportunity and wish you good luck in the presentation of evidence before this ad hoc committee. May we please run until 13 hours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Mkhwanazi.
Morning, Advocate Kiz.
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, in front of you is a statement that has your name at the top. And if you go to the last page of that statement, which is contained at page 22. Yeah. Do you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes, Advocate, I do confirm.
Okay, thank you. So this is your statement. We can go through your evidence.
Yes.
Yeah. Commissioner, if you can just tell us, what is your current position at the EMPD?
I am the Deputy Chief of Police of the City of Ekurhuleni, responsible for operations and specialized services.
Commissioner, if you can just bring your mic closer to you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm the Deputy Chief of Police responsible for, or Deputy Chief of Police of the City of Ekurhuleni, responsible for specialized services and operational services, EMPD.
And when did you start in this role?
On the 1st of December, 2023. I was appointed on the 1st of December, 2023.
Is it a role that you still occupy at present?
Yes, Commissioner. Oh, sorry. Yes, Advocate.
Yeah. If you read at paragraph 2 of your statement, it shows that you are currently on suspension. Is that correct?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Would you like to comment on that?
Yes. Yes, I'm on suspension from November. In fact, after some of my colleagues or my ex-colleagues testified at Matlala, I decided to take a special leave. But out of that, it was around October, November. But on around November, I was officially suspended by the city.
Okay. And you
I
remain on
confirm that.
suspension?
Yes.
Okay. If I can then ask you to turn to section C of your statement. This is contained at page 4 of the affidavit. And it begins at paragraph 10. The section is titled Educational and Skills Development Qualifications. So if you can just tell the commission about the area where you grew up and your educational background.
Thank you, Advocate. I was born in Katlehong, grew up in Katlehong, in a hospital called Natalis Spirit Hospital by then, but now it's no longer there. But I grew up in Katlehong. Whilst I was growing up, there were political violence. We participated to grow up there in those situations. I studied in Katlehong. I'll try to summarize. I studied in Katlehong. Again, whilst we were in different youth programs, youth leadership organization, we were able to get, or we were identified by the state for presidential programs that were taking us as young people. It was a program to demilitarize all those that grow up were participating. You see, we were giving computer skills and different other skills that we had undergone with the army in those days. But I studied at Ekurhuleni School. That's where I completed my matric.
Which year was this?
In 1997.
What did you do thereafter?
I continued participating in youth programs, different youth developmental programs around our areas, not only in Katlehong, but around Ekurhuleni.
And how long did you do this for?
I think it was 2 to 3 years before I was employed. Let me say so, before I was employed.
When did you get employed?
2002, as a new recruit in the city of Ekurhuleni, EMPD.
Commissioner, if you could just speak to the mic. Yes.
2003 in the city of Ekurhuleni as the new cadet or as a new recruit for EMPD.
Yes, you may continue.
It's for EMPD, but by that time EMPD didn't have college. We had to be trained in the city of Johannesburg because it was the city of Johannesburg that was having a college. The city of Ekurhuleni established Metropolis in 2002, Johannesburg, city of Johannesburg and city of eThekwini, they established in Cape Town 2000. Those were the 3 municipalities that had colleges, but we happened to train as the new recruits or cadets in the city of Johannesburg. It was plus minus the recruit number, it was 150 something. I was one of those 150 something that were recruited. And we were the first group to form a metropolis. The others were coming from different cities before it was amalgamated to become one city, like your Cape Town Park, Germiston, Katlehong, all these different SDCs before.
Okay. And how long was the training?
The training it was supposed to take 6 months. It took 12 months a year.
So a year.
Yes.
And then you went on to join the EMPD. What happened thereafter? Once you were done with training?
Yes, Advocate, I came back, I was deployed operationally. But whilst I was operationally, I was very active in EMPD, participating in all operational projects, our responsibilities was to do law enforcement, traffic law enforcement, crime prevention bylaws of the city. Then I attended trainings whilst I was in EMPD, skills development trainings. For example, 2002, after academy, let me say so, I was one of those who attended the military leadership life skill course here in Cape Town at Saldanha Bay in 2003. It was about leadership and other tactical trainings that will need operationally. Then I attended again a full range military leadership development communication. It was here in the city of Cape Town. provided by private recognized institutions. Another training in specialized police weapons from or provided by a private security company working with Ekurhuleni, interviewing, interrogation with FBI. It was about training us in terms of interviewing, identifying of a suspect, again, utilization of different types of weapons once operational. First responder in crowd management. The country to move from crowd control to crowd management. Remember, before it was crowd control, we used different types of firearms, different types of rounds, to a crowd control where we were taught how to deal with crowd in a better way, how to manage crowd, because it is constitutional for each and every South African to organize a march, to protest and everything. Ours is to make sure that we run those or we manage those crowds very well. The first responder on that. Then I attended the close protection, VIP protection course. I'm one of those close protectors that are well trained in an institution. I attended that course.
Yeah. I see that you attended a number of courses. They actually listed here at paragraph 12, page 5 of your statement. And it looks, the list is quite impressive on the number of courses that you've actually attended. At paragraph 13, you show that you've furthered your studies. Can you take us through that?
Yes, academically, I did a postgraduate in public management. Again, I did masters in public management. It's different from the skills development. Now it's the academical one.
And where did you obtain your diploma and your master's?
Genesis Business School, but I also attended some courses with Bates and University of Western Cape. But I obtained my master's with Genesis Business School. It's in the city of Johannesburg, Sentin.
Okay. Chairperson, the annexures are not before the witness, but those, we will confirm those upon them arriving. They are at JDM 4 as well as JDM 5. If we can then move on and tell us about, tell the Commission about the professional background, your professional background within EMPD. You have now joined EMPD as a cadet, as you told us. What were your roles thereafter?
Thank you. I will try to summarize. 2005, I joined 2003 and became an ordinary officer, constable sergeant. We call them constable sergeant in the city of Ekurhuleni. 2005, I was promoted as an inspector, responsible or inspector appointed to training, but I was called back to operations to come and work at operations. Then in 2000,
How long did you do that? How long were you in that role?
I think it's 3 years, 3 to 4 years.
Okay.
Yes. Then after that, 2009, it's 5 years, 2009, I was promoted to become a superintendent responsible for public water policing. As I've said that I was trained for crowd management. I was responsible for public water policing for the whole city of Ekurhuleni. Then 2014, I was promoted, or we don't have promotion, let me correct it. We don't have promotions in the city of Ekurhuleni. It's appointment to go for interviews. You see, then I was appointed to become a chief superintendent, operations and specialized services. Again, responsible for public water policing unit and SWAT unit, or let me say intervention unit. That is responsible for crime prevention and respond where we are having situations. Then again, 2017.
Whilst you were the chief superintendent in 2014, specialized operations and specialized services, who did you report to?
I was reporting to Deputy Chief, by then it was Director Mzolo. Then he got promoted to become the Deputy Chief. Then I had an acting director, Mr. Machete, who was my director by then, acting director by then. But 2017, we went for interview. I was appointed to become a director of specialized services responsible for 14 units in the city of Ekurhuleni, specialized services for 14 specialized services units in the city of Ekurhuleni.
Okay.
That will be your SWAT, your public order policing unit, your community liaising unit, or Tambo Airport is part of it. All our freeways were under my command. Then we had some units like your taxi task team, teams that we formed because of the challenges that we face as the city. We had to react to some of the challenges. Then we formed the taxi task team, we formed the truck unit, we formed truck hijacking task team, illegal mining task teams. All of them, they were responding to different challenges and to different responsibilities.
Okay. You mentioned there that you were working with external security agencies. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, it's part of your responsibilities as directors to make sure that you liaise with community, to mobilize external security agencies that we work with operationally when we respond to different, for example, when we respond to taxi conflict, taxi violence, we find that there are taxi associations who are having security, we have to mobilize and work with them in different fields that we're having. For example, when you go for your illegal mining, you see there are other community or there are other, there are other security companies that were part of my responsibility to make sure that I mobilize, work with them so that when we deploy your teams, the teams work with them. In the communities, again, there are many community structures that are there that are fighting crime. Remember, my responsibility by then was make sure that they fight crime. Then we have to mobilize all those structures that are within our communities and work with them in terms of fighting crime, identifying suspects and making sure that we respond. Because part of the responsibilities, I forgot to mention, is social crime. See, you don't have to be dealing with crime in a hardcore way, but on the other hand, you have to make sure that you sit and mobilize with communities and address all other social ills that are affecting our communities.
Okay. You may proceed.
Yes, whilst I was doing that, working on that, I got appointed. Deputy Chief Nzolo had to go for retirement. Then there were interviews, there were posts that was advertised. Then I got appointed, as I've said, as the Deputy Chief of Police Operations and Specialized Unit on the 1st of December. But interviews took place October, November. But on the 1st, I started as a Deputy Chief of Police Operations and Specialized Services.
Okay.
It's the post that suspended.
But before that, it looks like you were suspended. Before that, I think you may have jumped one position.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Thank you.
In 2023, what were you appointed as? What was your role at the time?
I jumped paragraph 19, humble apologies. Yes, I was suspended on the 20th of February, 2023. Then I was suspended for, the letter said I installed blue lights, branded vehicles for the cat security for Matlala.
Okay, we'll come back to that. And then, how long was your suspension?
It was 3 months, advocate. I stayed for 3 months at home.
And when did you resume at work? When was your suspension uplifted?
It was for 3 months. I came back end of April, if I'm not mistaken, or the 1st of May. When I came back, the suspension was uplifted. Then I had to go back operational and work.
Okay. When you came back, in that period of between 2024 and 2025, you acted in a number of roles. I don't know if you have a bundle in front of you, but from the bundle, it would be annexure JDM 10 A to N. I'd just like to read that into the record.
I don't have
Annexure
it.
10 reads that on the 3rd of May 2024, you were appointed by Dr. M.I. Mkhwanazi, who at the time was a city manager. And requested you to act as the chief of police, EMPD. At this point, you've come back from suspension. You've worked a couple of months, and then in May 2024, because you would have come back from suspension in May of 2023. Is that?
Let me correct it.
Yes.
Yes, I came back in May 2023. When
Yes.
I came back, there was a deputy chief of police. By that time, I was a director. Deputy chief of police is what Deputy Chief Mzolo,
Yes.
you see. Then the chief got suspended around 2023 by the city manager. He started by taking a special leave, then he was suspended. Then Deputy Chief of Police Mzolo was appointed by the city manager to act as the acting chief of police. So I started to act in 2024 when I was a deputy chief, because you can't just jump as a director and act as a chief of police unless there's no one, you see. But I acted in 2024 in different positions as the acting chief of police, because by that time I was the deputy chief of police and the qualifying deputy chief of police. I must mention, I know that a lot of rumors outside, not from this house, outside. I must say it to see that I didn't qualify by that time. I acted as the acting chief of police because the chief was suspended. And I used to assume and take the responsibilities of the chief of police. Around that process, November, there was a new structure that was approved by the city, that we are no longer going to have the chief of police as a head. Now the structure said we will have HOD of community safety. Remember, we're EMPD. Now there's a community safety that is responsible, that is inclusive of the dams, it is us, it is emergency. In the city, we're having a division of military veterans. Then they were reporting to the office of the executive mayor, then they have to be moved to community safety.
Okay.
Yes, then I acted as an HOD again.
Okay,
Then I
for the
was a-
sake of completion, we are talking about the structure of EMPD. And you'd speak about that structure very briefly in the next paragraph, at paragraph 24. Is annexure JDM 11 is the structure that you're talking about, that you're talking to now, reflected at JDM 11?
Yes, advocate.
Going back to the letters of appointment, I said there's a number of letters of appointments. They span, I think you were appointed almost, 10 times in 1 year to act. Approximately. If we can just look at it, you were first appointed on the 3rd of May, 2024. That you can see at annexure JDM 10A. If we can just assist the witness with the annexure. Give him my computer. Yes. Yeah. Yes, but I need to read. Oh, I've got them. Yeah.
But I can talk to it whilst you are still.
Pardon?
I
Yes,
can
but
talk to it. Yes.
I just want you to confirm that you've seen this document. You know the documents we're speaking about. You do. Okay. Your bundle is still coming, so I don't want you to feel that we are making you confirm documents that you do not know.
Okay, just a moment, Honorable Sangwan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if Advocate Mkhwanazi is covering me, but it's very distracting, to watch the interaction with the witness and they don't have their bundle. So I just wanted to check indeed what the problem is and when we can expect that. It feels very, very uncomfortable from here. Thanks, Chair.
We addressed that matter earlier on to say the reproduction of documents will be completed soon.
Okay, from annexures 10A all the way to the end where the marking is marked P. Have you seen those letters before?
I've seen them and I've signed,
Okay,
accepting the responsibility.
okay. Those letters are what you refer to at paragraph 22 of the affidavit.
Advocate.
Okay, if you could then go to the first one and confirm the date and by who, the date of the letter.
The first one, it's on the 3rd of May, 2004, signed by me and the then city manager,
Who was the
Dr.
city
Mkhwanazi.
manager at the time?
Dr. Mashaz.
Okay, and what does the letter appoint you to, for which position?
Let me read it. You are hereby appointed as the chief of police or as the acting chief of police from the 6th of May until the 17th of May, 2024. You are therefore authorized to exercise the delegated and signing powers that are vested to the position whilst acting. It was for acting chief of police.
And then if you turn to the next page, you can read in the date.
It was dated, or it's dated the 1st of August, 2024, acting chief of police.
What was the letter? What is that letter in front of you?
You are hereby appointed to act as the chief of police from 05/2024 until the 16th August 2024. You are therefore authorized to exercise delegated and signing powers that are vested to the position whilst acting.
Who appointed you into that position?
The city manager.
City manager being the same one
Yeah.
that appointed you previously, Dr. Mashazi.
Yes, advocate.
Okay, and the next letter was the following month.
Then the other one is dated the 25th September 2024, acting chief of police again. Again, it reads as follows. You are hereby appointed to act as the chief of police from the 25th of September 2024 until the 31st of August, no, 31st of October 2024. Again, you are therefore authorized to exercise the delegated and signing powers that are vested to the position whilst acting, signed by the acting chief of police, acting city manager, then not Dr. Mashaz, Mr. Chilitsi Tenga.
And then your next appointment on the next letter was 2 months later in December.
Again in December, but this one now it's different. As I've said that there was approval of a structure. Now it says it's from Dr. Mashaz, acting head of the Department Community Safety, no longer chief of police now. It's
Okay.
acting head. You are hereby appointed to act as HOD Community Safety from 17th December until 02 January. You are therefore authorized to exercise the delegated and signing powers that are vested to the position whilst acting. Signed by-
Commissioner, just for the purposes of clarity, you said, remember now, the organizational structure has changed. So it's changed from you being called, from a person occupying a particular position being called chief of police to acting, to head of a department. Is that what you were saying?
No, no, no.
Okay, please.
It's changed for the department. Let me clarify it. There was a recommendation from COCTA that said we are, as the city of Ekurhuleni, we are duplicating responsibilities or tasks. You see, now we must reduce departments. We had 21 or 23 departments. Then they were reduced to 14. And part of it was affecting even the departments. We're one of the departments that was affected. That's why I've said to you, we had emergency as a department. We had EMPD as a department. You see, but now us and emergency have to be one department. It's not about the position, it's about the whole department. Then we had chief of police is responsible for policing. Then there's an HOD there's a head or divisional head that is responsible for dams. There's a divisional head that is responsible for emergency. You see, dams, it's those people that are dealing with disasters and everything. Then emergency, so fire fighters and other things. Then it's policing. Then the end, I've said military veterans had to come to. Then the HOD now was responsible. That means the chief of police and the other divisional head are now reporting to one head, the HOD of the whole community safety. It's no longer EMPD, it's no longer them. We call it community safety now. Then the person who's acting is assuming the responsibility of heading for all these divisions. We are no longer now we're a department that is responsible to the head of community safety, but chief is responsible for policing. Then when you act as a chief of police, you can't act as a chief of police, and you see, that's why before it was chief of police, but now it's head of community safety.
Okay, and that was to be in line with the new structure?
Yes, for the whole city, not for EMPD only. Other departments were affected too. As I've said, it was 21 departments. Then 7 of them are no longer there.
Okay.
They've joined or they've amalgamated with others. But
And-
all in all, the departments now are 14, reduced to 14 departments. But it also affected the structure and the leadership, command and control within different departments.
On the next page, this is the following month. It's a new year under the new structure, but we are now in January. And right at the beginning of January, you get another acting stint. Would you like to read that into the record?
Dated 6 January 2025.
Yes.
Sorry. Or December. Dated 6 January 2025. Acting head of Department Community Safety. We are hereby appointed to act as the head of Department Community Safety from 6th of January 2025 till the 31st of January 2025. You are therefore authorized to exercise the delegated and signing powers that are vested to the position whilst acting. Kind regards, Dr. Mkhwanazi, City Manager. And again, I hereby agree to act in the position of HOD Community Safety. Then I signed.
Right. And then a month later, almost a month and a half, almost 2 months later, on the next page,
Yes. Yes, dated the 3rd of March 2025, acting head of Department Community Safety. You are hereby appointed to act as the HOD Community Safety from the 3rd of March 2025 until the 14th March 2025. You are therefore authorized to exercise the delegated and signing powers that are vested to the position whilst acting. Kind regards, Acting Chief of Police, Kagiso Lerutla. No, sorry, man, Acting City Manager.
and on the next page, within the same month, shortly after you'd finish your earlier acting stint, there's another letter.
Yes, dated. Sorry, I want to write something so that I can remind myself. Because the gap, I mean something, I will just explain it. Acting Chief of Police, again, it's March 2025, as I've said that the structure is changed now. Now I'm no longer acting as an HOD. There's someone who's acting as an HOD from DEMS. Now I'm the Chief of Police reporting to that HOD. That person was appointed to act as an HOD. I don't remember by that because there are 3 departments, but I think it's DEMS. You are hereby appointed to act as the Chief of Police from 18 March until the 31st of March. You are therefore authorized to exercise delegated and signing powers that are vested to the position whilst acting. Oh yes, it was Mr. Makubalu was acting HOD. I'm now appointed I'm no longer reporting, the chief is no longer reporting his officer direct to the city manager now. In terms of the structure,
Yeah.
the chief of police reports to the HOD.
Yes, no,
Yes.
I think the committee
Yeah.
understands that the structure changed in December 2024.
Yes.
And that we are now operating under a new structure. But you do agree that this is now 4 days after your last appointment stint, you get reappointed?
Yes, but in
To
a
act.
different position.
Indeed,
Yes.
accept that. And then you get appointed again a few days after your acting stint again, still within March, on the next page.
Yes, you are correct. After a few days, you are hereby appointed, 24th of March, acting head of the Department Community Safety. You are hereby appointed to act as an HOD Community Safety from the 24th until the 24th of March until the 30th of April. You are therefore authorized to exercise delegated signing powers that are vested to the position was acting regards acting city manager Kagiso Lerutla. Then I accepted the position I signed.
On the 24th of March, you were appointed by Dr. Mkhwanazi. And then on the next page, this is now in May, a month later,
Yes,
another appointment.
yes.
Okay.
Dated the 2nd of May 2025. Acting head of the Department Community Safety. You are hereby appointed to act as HOD Community Safety from 02 May 2025 till the 31st of May 2025. You are therefore authorized to exercise delegated signing powers that are vested to the position was acting. Regards, acting chief of police, no, sorry, man, like chief of police, acting city manager, humble apologies, acting city manager. Then I accepted the position I signed, the acting position, not the position.
Okay. And that acting stint was for a full month from the 2nd of May, 2025 to the 31st of May, 2025. And on the next letter, 2 days later, you get another appointment to act.
Yes.
Would you like to tell us more about that later?
Is it dated July, ne?
2nd June.
Oh, sorry,
2025.
Oh. Again, yes, on the 2nd of June 2025, acting of Department Community Safety, you are hereby appointed to act as an HOD Community Safety 02 June 2025 until the 30th of June 2025. Again, the powers, you are therefore authorized to exercise the delegated and signing powers that are vested to the position whilst acting. Kind regards, City Manager, Dr. Mkhwanazi.
Yes. And
I
again,
accepted.
the following month, on the 8th of July, until the 31st of July. If I can just note that that acting stint again, the previous one, was for 1 month. So you ended on the 30th of June.
Yes. Then I
And-
started.
And then 8 days later, you were appointed again into another, to
Yes.
act in another. Okay, you
Yes.
can,
The policy allows you to act for 3 months, madam.
yes.
If for 3 consecutive months, then you have to take a cooling period. You see, the 7 days cooling period, if there's no other candidate, then
The-
after 7 days again. That's why they did, there's a gap, as you're saying.
Okay.
We are in July now.
Okay, yes,
It's after 7 days cooling period.
yes.
Yes. On the 8th July 2025, acting head Department Community Safety, you are hereby appointed to act as an HOD Community Safety from the 8th of July until the 30th or 31st of July, I'm correct, yes, 2025. You are therefore authorized to exercise delegated and signing powers that are vested to the position whilst acting. Kind regards, acting city manager, Kagiso Lerutla.
Okay.
Then I've signed accepting the acting responsibility.
And that acting stint was for approximately a month as well. It ended on the 31st of July.
Yes. yes,
And
yes.
on the very next day, on the 1st of August,
Again, on the 1st of August, acting head of department community safety, you are hereby appointed to act as the head of department community safety from the 1st of August 2025 until the 31st of August 2025.
Okay.
You are therefore
I'm sorry to interject, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, just so that we move fast. We now know that the second line always remains the same. Whenever you act, you have the powers of the person that you, in whose position you are acting for that period. So we don't have to read that in. We just need to read the period and the date.
Thank you, Advocate. 14 August 2025, it is signed by the acting HOD. I'm appointed to act as the acting chief of police now, no longer as the HOD of department. Mr. Mkhwanazi is acting now. He appointed me to act as the acting chief of police.
And that appointment to act as chief of police, if I'm reading your letter correctly, intercepted a period when you were already acting. You ought to have acted for a month as the acting head of department community safety, because that acting stint ought to have been completed on the 31st of August 2025. But whilst you were still acting in that position, you then on the 14th of August had to act as the chief of police. Am I reading your letter correctly?
You are correct, you're correct, madam.
Okay. And then that was for a period of 2 weeks until the end of August.
Yes, yes.
And there's another appointment, you see on the 1st of September, the following day,
Yes,
for a month, until the 30th of September. And that was, appointment was by Mr. M. Makubalo, the acting HOD. And that was the last acting stint.
yes, yes.
Okay. So you had quite a number of acting periods in that time. What was your role at the time?
Deputy Chief of Police,
Deputy Chief of Police.
yes, operations and specialized services.
Ah.
But when I'm acting, I was acting as the, remember, HOD or Chief of Police responsible for the whole city.
Okay.
Policing, yes.
In essence, you acted for a period of a year in various departments on a month to month, sometimes on a 2-week stint in that period,
Let's say,
according to the
let's say
latest.
in one department, different positions.
Okay.
Yes.
Shortly after that, you were then appointed in a new position, now a new position.
No,
We are at paragraph 23 of your statement. No, it was whilst you were Deputy Chief of Police that you were doing all these various stints.
no. I was not appointed to any position. Remember, I was appointed on the 1st of December, 2023. From 2023 till 2023 until I was suspended. I was acting, not appointed.
Okay.
Then in November, there's a month when you see that the acting ended on the, as I've said, September. October, I decided to take a special leave. Then November was suspended. Not appointed, suspended.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. If we can then just proceed. You earlier gave evidence that the structure at EMPD changed and the divisions were consolidated and we ended up with 14 divisions. And we've already read that into the record that's reflected by JDM 11. JDM 11 is contained in your file. It's this organogram. Yes. Now moving on to your responsibilities as the Deputy Chief of Police. Could you take us through that part of your evidence? What were your roles and responsibilities?
The roles and responsibilities when you become the Chief of Police, you are heading as a director, I was heading specialized services. We are now heading specialized and operations. Means that all the men in blue and khaki, they are responsible, they are reporting to you. I will explain it. The structure divided us into two now. There's a chief of police, and we're having two deputy chief of police. The other one is responsible for operations, all metro police officers that are executing bylaws, executing traffic law enforcement, executing crime prevention, also doing your crowd management, VIP protection. They are reporting to you. But we are having 7 directors now in terms of the structure. That are reporting direct to me. The structure took out, we were having 3 deputy chiefs before. Deputy Chief of Police Operations, Deputy Chief of Police Security and Loss Control, Deputy Chief of Police of Logistics, who was dealing with procurement and other things. But in terms of the COCTA recommendation was that because there's a department that deals with procurement, there's a department that deals with supply chain. You can't be doing one and the same thing, you see. Then all those people are now reporting to Deputy Chief of Police Operations and Specialized Services. But on the other hand, you are still having another Deputy Chief of Police who deals with security and loss control, you see. Security and loss control means that he deals with those people, that those security officers that are doing guarding, static in terms of your entrance, in terms of protecting state property, making sure that they monitor the movement, monitoring cameras, CCTV cameras. You see, the structure now limited us to 2, but I still have the other wing that is coming from that deputy chief, because the position was removed from the structure.
When you
see.
talk about the other wing, what are you referring to?
The one that we're doing, the one that's upset that we're duplicating the work that was done by supply chain and the fleet. But we said, no, let them come in. The structure said they must come in and report to operations, because they're also metro police officers too. Then they were reporting to me. Then the director of logistics came to us again to report, because it was no longer now operational directors. There's training too that used to report in that deputy chief. Training came back again to operations, or came to operations. Training is our college, training college. Then the director of training college reported to me. That's why it has increased the number of directors from 5 directors, because I director East, director North. It's very important to mention. Director East, Director North, Director South. South, it's the southern part of Ekurhuleni. East is the eastern part of Ekurhuleni. North is the northern part. Then we are having director that deals with specialized services, the position that I had before. All the specialized units are reported to that director. Again, we're having director that deals with bylaws. All the bylaws of the city, his duties and responsibilities is to make sure that all the bylaws are executed. The city does bylaws. Then I had these 2 directors that came in. Then 7 directors were responsible for me. My duty is to oversee and make sure that all the plans, to approve plans and make sure that all the plans are executed on daily basis. There are programs from different directors of making sure that the traffic law, crime prevention, bylaws, the dates and everything. On weekly basis, I must get those reports. See, forward those reports to relevant offices. For example, part of our responsibilities, we as Metro Police, we are reporting to 5 departments. Department of Transport, we report to RTMC, we report to the district, the provincial commissioner, SAPS. We must also report internally. The office of the executive mayor, the city manager, your MNC of community safety must provide all reports. Part of your responsibilities is to make sure that you consolidate all those programs, reports and everything. Again, we must also again mobilize external structures again to make sure that the liaise will communicate time to time, we liaise with the MMCs, organize when she's having public meetings and everything. We must go there in those community meetings and respond in terms of the challenges that are facing the department, or facing community safety, facing public transport, operation or traffic law or bylaws, all those responsibilities on weekly basis, on daily basis. Again, monitor your complaints and everything in terms of the emails and everything. It's partial, it's 50% operational, 50% strategic, because must also again go to oversight meetings, report to councillors, you see, in terms of your programs and everything that they're doing, in terms of managing the resources of the department. You see, make sure that all the resources are divided equally. So where there are challenges, we intervene and try to come up with solutions and everything. It's part of those responsibilities.
Okay.
Again, human resource, again, it becomes part of, whilst we're having human resource department, that is their function in terms of hiring, in terms of managing, but again, at EMPD, because you're dealing with police, you have to make sure that human resources are able to raise challenges with the relevant departments and everything, part of those responsibilities. But as an HOD now, it's different because we're no longer doing it for Metropolis. We must also oversee that other divisions that are there. As I've said, it's disaster, it's fire, it's your military veterans. The challenges and the challenges are different. The responsibilities and duties are different. But part of your responsibility is to make sure that you coordinate work with the relevant divisional head from these three divisions that are now part of the structure. The difference between the chief and
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, you have just led evidence that there are two deputy heads. The one deals with specialized services, and that is you. Operational and specialized services, that is you. And the other department looks at, they deal with security, loss and control. And who is the deputy head of security, loss and control?
Deputy Chief of Police, Ndumiso Cwabe.
Okay. So under your specific department being operational and specialized services, you mentioned a few departments that report to you. I just want to make sure that I captured your evidence correctly. You mentioned logistics, Metro Police, you mentioned training, the training college, procurement and bylaws. Those are some of the departments that fall under your specific department.
No, as the Deputy Chief of Police, you are those responsibilities are for the chief.
Okay.
Then for me, it's logistic, it's bylaws, it's no, you're correct.
Yeah,
You're correct. You're correct.
Okay,
yes.
so that was the correct evidence that you gave, that those are the various departments that basically report to you. And security does not fall within the purview of your department. That is dealt with by
It's
Ndumiso Cwabe.
static security,
Pardon?
static or guarding.
Static security.
Right, security and compliance.
Okay.
We are dealing with guarding. He's managing the private security that are contracted to do guard work. Those that are static at the doors. Yes, they are just monitoring the buildings or entrance, exits, check people when they're coming in, protecting state property. Again, they are also assisting in terms of our energy, in terms of infrastructure, deploying when people over the night, now there's this crime of dealing with infrastructure of the cities, your robots, your cable thefts and other things.
But that falls under Commissioner Cwabe.
Yes, but as
Okay.
Metropolis too, we're having units that are doing that in terms of crime prevention.
Okay. If we then can proceed, I would like to now turn to the section regarding Mr. Vanve. If you look at your point F on the affidavit, are you there? Okay. At paragraph 8 of your statement, you refer to a Mr. Van Wyk. Who is Mr. Van Wyk?
Mr. Vanve is a director of a private clinic, which is called Medicare 24. That is based in Boksburg, in the city of Ekurhuleni.
You mentioned a private clinic.
Yes.
What, do you know the name of the private clinic?
It's Medicare 24.
Medicare 24. Would you like to perhaps tell the committee about how you came to know Mr. Vanve? What,
Yes.
Yeah.
I came to know Mr. Mike Vanve late 2020. I had the COVID-19. Then when I came back within a month, I think within a month or two, I was approached by my members, EMPD members who work for community liaison unit, that there's a person by the name of Mike Vanve who is responsible for Medicare 24. He's having a program or a plan of working with the EMPD in terms of assisting officers with effective and efficient response when they're involved in incident and accidents, in terms of assisting them when they get injured or get shot whilst they're in the line of duty. You see, another program, it was that they want to work with us in terms of assisting in terms of our drinking and driving. We don't call it drinking and driving. We call it driving under the influence or under substance, but drinking and driving, that's how we call it every day. You see, then in terms of assisting us, in terms of drawing blood and making sure that at least it's secured and police are able, because when you do those operations, you are only given 2 hours and you must make sure that within that 2 hours, because it's a detention, you see, that person send it over to SAPS, then they book 14 and everything. I think it was those ones that he suggested, if I remember very well. But there's a document where he has mentioned everything, just that we don't have it. But he mentioned all those things that you want to do with us. Then I said, no, this is a good plan. It's going to assist us. It's fine. You can arrange a meeting between me and him so that we check what's going on. Then we went to his Boksburg offices, because my office is in Boksburg. His office is in Boksburg. Then I went there, we met, he presented his plan the way I'm mentioning it. I said, no, this is a good plan. But part of it, he was mentioning issues that has to do with health department or health issues. You see, I saw it's a bigger plan, it's a bigger thing. Then I suggested to him that, no man, the best way is to come and present your plan to the city. I approached my deputy chief by then, Deputy Chief Mzolo. He relayed the message to the Chief of Police, Isaac Mapieye. Then I got a message from him that no. He must come and present at our CSMT. It's a senior management meeting of the city, where all head of departments are sitting. It is shared by the city manager. You see, he was forwarded an opportunity to present the plan, but I was not part of the plan because of my rank level. I was a junior by then.
yes, that's what I would like to come to. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, you've taken us through extensively what your role has been over the period. I know that at the time at which you were discussing, you were the Deputy Chief of Police, but in 2020, you occupied the role of Director. Yes, and you were still in operations, operational and specialized services.
Yes, ma'am.
Does health fall under specialized and health and operational and health services?
No, ma'am. That's why I've said he must go and present there. Because in terms of health, let me mention it. He was mentioning the working relations between them as a private clinic working with state clinics, or our clinics that are managed by the city. We know that the mandate is with the province, but we're managed by the city because there's this process of moving them or taking them to the province. That's why I've said I don't have a clue about the clinics, how they operate and what. Go and present there.
Okay. You also mentioned in your evidence that you had a problem with drinking and driving. So when when you arrest drivers on the road who are over the limit, you would need to take them to, you can't detain them for too long, not for longer than 2 hours. Why would Mr. Vanve be involved in that? Do you not have nurses within EMPD?
But by then, Madam, we had, advocate, sorry. By then we had 2 sisters who were registered sisters. I must mention this because you can have sisters in the clinic, but if they're not registered, they can't take blood. And we had 2 registered sisters that were responsible for 3,200 officers, which must work 24/7. Drink and driving, when they're at work, they are doing drink and driving for 24/7. It's with a challenge, a very serious challenge. With a challenge, even now it's worse than before. Now we're having 1 sister in 1 region that must assist the whole, now it's 3,900 or 3,800 officers, you see. I think, as I mentioned in my statement, that officers privately, when they're doing their duties, not private, when they're executing their duties, they approach different clinics, whether it's a public clinic or our clinics don't do drink and driving, public hospitals or private clinic, and work with them, you see. The same idea that Mike came up with, it has been happening, but Mike decided to come and wanted to formalize issues of drink and driving because it is a serious challenge. One must mention, it's even now, it's worse than before, you see. As I've said, that everyone decides when he's having a suspect, we call suspect, you see, even though we didn't, yeah, but it's a crime. We call them suspects. They go in for, oh, sorry. May I continue?
Who is disrupting the advocate? Hmm? Are you being disrupted? There.
No, I'm not being disrupted, Chair. I just need a small clarity.
Raise your hand up.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, I just need clarity. I'm not sure if I heard correctly. The witness is also, his sound isn't too good. Did you say the officers in their capacity approaches various clinics? So officers takes a blood test, takes a test of the driver, and they just go to any clinic, any hospital. Is that what you're saying? Thank you, Chair.
May I respond, Chair?
Yeah.
No, they arrest you, drive with you to the public hospital or to the private clinic and take the blood there. Immediately after the registered sister of that institution or of the public hospital or that 1 sister of ours, then you drive with the suspect to the police station. You don't leave the suspect. Immediately after taking the blood, the procedure says that immediately after taking the blood, immediately after the sister took the blood, you drive with the suspect to the police station. You don't leave the suspect and take the blood somewhere. No, you're not allowed to do that. The only thing that they do, they approach the private clinics or they go to public hospital and request that can they take the blood of a suspect for drunken driving. Because, sorry?
Any clinic, any hospital.
That's what I'm saying, honorable member. That's a challenge that we're having.
Okay, thank you.
Let me confirm that again. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay. So your evidence is that you would then arrest the suspect, take them to the hospital or any private clinic for the purposes of drawing blood. And that was one of the reasons why you were talking to Mr. Vanve, even though it was just, you've made it clear that it was not a proposal to you. You're saying that, but he was having these discussions with you before you could point him to the correct people.
Yes, yes.
Yes, that's okay.
advocate.
The question that I then have for you is you said you've also given evidence that you only had 2 registered sisters. So it posed a challenge because you were dealing with approximately 3,000 staff members. Oh, that has to do with, what were you talking about in relation to 3,000 staff members?
No, when you are saying it's a challenge, you are putting it very nice. It's a disaster.
Okay.
You see, because drinking and driving, it's a problem on daily basis. You see, when you check stats, all our states are influenced in terms of accidents, especially fatal accidents. Drinking and driving, you see. But the city was the department, I feel that we're not responding enough to those challenges. You see.
If you can speak
And-
up, Commissioner.
Or I'm saying, I feel that we are not responding that. That's why officers are taking a decision, because you've already arrested the person and you can't release him when you detain, when you have detained him. Once you detain him, you must proceed with the process, because once you leave him, it's an litigation, it's a lawsuit against the state. Then they become creative and go to these institutions. But the challenge again, I must mention that public hospitals, they are reluctant to assist us. It's not their mandate to just request them, but the problem is that in these processes, immediately after the arrest, a sister must also come to court, because it's the one that took the blood, and talk about the processes. You see, we are officers. Ours is the question of arrest, of detaining, then leaving the suspect to police. But in court, they want to know the processes and procedures in terms of the blood, in terms of everything. And those people are expected that. That's why they're saying a registered sister. You see, but in public hospital, they're limited, they've got challenges. They will tell you, in maybe we're having 6 or 7 hospitals. It's only one hospital that is always assisting us in the city of Ekurhuleni. But again, because we are close to the HOD of that hospital. But it is a challenge. You see, public hospital, they will tell you, no, our sisters will go to court for 2-3 weeks. You see, because you can't even determine, you can't even tell the magistrate, no, the person must go and work. That's a challenge that we're having. At least private, at least they assist and they're able to come and do. But even that one sister that we're having, again, when it goes to court for drinking and driving or driving under influence, that means you are not assisted within the department.
Commissioner, you mentioned that it's a bit of a challenge when it comes to public hospitals to use them, because it sounds like there is a constraint of sorts with resources. Would a sister from a private hospital not be required to appear for a hearing similarly to a sister in a public hospital? I just want to, just for clarity. What would happen with private hospital staff when they have to testify in court?
Some they allow them. Most of them, they allow them to come. And you must also remember, private sisters and sisters are trained by one institution, the same institutions. As long as you're a registered sister, you can take blood. See, whether you're from private or what, but as long as you're a registered sister. But there's no formal SOP, there's no formal standard operational procedure, there's no formal agreement that says this hospital can, you see. Officers, they become creative whilst they're operational.
Could you expand on that?
I'm saying officers, they become creative.
What do you mean by they become creative?
They go and talk to the private clinics, they go and talk to the hospital, say, we are having drinking and driving. Then from 6 to 7, may you please allocate one sister that will assist us, you see. But sometimes it happens randomly. When you're driving, a person drives under influence, you stop, then you go to the nearest because of these 2 hours. You can't drive from Davidton, you can't drive from Tembisa to Zonkizizo. Ekurhuleni is too big. You can't drive if the sister is in Tembisa. Currently, the sister that you're having, she's at the northern region, Tembisa. Then you can't drive from the southern part of Ekurhuleni, Zonkizizo. Oh, you can't drive from Zonkizizo, it's the southern part to the northern part. It's a challenge. But again, you also mentioned the issues of the hospital, that they are having challenges. They've got limited numbers of sisters. Again, these 2 weeks, 1 week to court, it becomes one of the challenges.
Yes, I guess the question that I am posing to you, Commissioner, is what happens in the instance? I appreciate that you can go to various hospitals, and the main challenge that you have highlighted in your evidence regarding public hospitals is that they are reluctant to draw bloods, because the minute they draw blood, they will then be compelled, they're basically part of the evidence chain. They are compelled to go to court and give evidence on that particular suspect, as you have mentioned, you know, in the running of their case. What do private hospitals, what do the nurses at the private hospitals do? So they attend and they've got no problems. Is that what you are?
Yes, no,
Is that your evidence? I'm
yes,
just
yes,
trying to understand.
Yes, they allow them. They allow
Okay.
them, yes, yes. Yes, as I've said, sometimes in the planned operations, at least they arrange with them prior. But in other circumstances where you just drive and see a drunken driving, you go there, they attend, they do allow them.
Okay. We are now at paragraph 32 of your statement. And the evidence that you have just read is confirmed by paragraph 32. You may then proceed regarding your relationship. Just to put a marker, what you have told us is that you've given evidence that it is the MPT members that introduced you to Mr. Mike Vanve. We know that Mr. Mike Vanve owns a hospital called Medicare 24 Clinic. We know that he's also looking to develop a relationship with EMPD and would like to put a proposal forward to which you pointed him to the correct people that would be able, or correct officials that would be able to assist him in respect of the proposal that he wants to put there. You also mentioned COVID-19, but you haven't actually expanded on COVID-19. What do you mean that there was COVID-19? Yes, we do know that we came from a period where we had that dreadful virus. Would you like to expand what that means in relation to EMPD and Mike Vanve?
Thank you, madam. Part of the engagement, he said to us, I can also assist you. Of which the commitment that he executed. I can also assist you with members that don't have medical aid in terms of testing and in terms of giving them treatment. Those that are affected or infected by COVID-19, you see. And the members did go to him. It's just that it's an health issue, can't ask private things and everything. But I know that some of the members, they were assisted there. Not even ordinary members, senior members too. They went there in terms of COVID. We assisted them with tablets, testing, all these processes of COVID-19.
Just to place things in context, has Mike at this point had a meeting, because you said there was no SOP, but has Mike had a meeting regarding his proposal at that point? On what basis was he wanting to make this arrangement for people to come and test and use his facilities? Was there any type of relationship with Mike at that point? When I say relationship with Mike, between EMPD and Mike. Mike Vanve.
Thank you, Advocate. After he had a meeting with CSMT at all these meetings, he crafted a proposal, a memorandum of understanding proposal that he presented, or he sent to me, sent to the office of the Chief of Police through the project manager. Whilst we were still waiting for those processes, we engaged him on that thing again. But whilst we were waiting for formal relations or that memorandum of understanding, that was submitted around, it was around October, if I'm not mistaken. You see.
Okay.
But this one of assistance, it was not in 2020. It was in the second COVID in 2021. You see, remember in 2020, I was not around, I was sick and everything. Then we started to know him late 2020. Then 2021, that's where we engaged again when this COVID was starting. He said, no, but I will also assist you in this and this and this in terms of COVID. But there was no relations because we're still waiting for the engagement and the finalization of what he has submitted by that time. And COVID took us around winter 2021, June,
No.
July, I think it started there.
In Mike's proposal, who was this intended for? The service for COVID-19 testing?
For EMPD.
So EMPD as a whole,
Yes,
not
EMPD.
only the trainees?
No, EMPD training is a different one.
Okay.
It's EMPD. The training is 2021 to 22. I will talk to it. It's a separate thing.
Okay. And was there any consideration for this? What I mean by that is, was there any payment required for the services that Mike was looking to give the city in respect of testing for drinking and driving and providing his nurses whenever they need to go to court, as well as the testing that he was going to be doing for COVID-19?
Thank you, Advocate. All his services were at not cost to the council. There was no cost.
No cost.
Yes, sir.
So he was coming in free of charge, and he was just opening up his hospital and,
Yes.
okay. And that leads me to the next paragraph at 36. If you can read that into the record.
Finally, you said I must read. Let me read it. It's page 12, paragraph 36. Finally, in 2021, 2022, let me say late 2021, 2022, Mark van Vanve further assisted the MP, the Metro Police trainees, we call them cadets, but we can say trainings, with making copies of exam past papers, preparing for exam at no additional cost to the city, using his photocopying machines as well as his own edition, as well as his own paper at the clinic. Well, there's a paragraph that's a chap. Or exam at no cost or at no additional cost to the city, using his photocopying machine as well as his own paper at the clinic. I'm informed that it cost Mike an amount of around 300,000. That's what he told us, that after assisting us in terms of, after assisting the training division, the students with photocopying, it was photocopying, binding of document. Then it cost 300,000 to provide the service. This service was initiated after the trainees complained using various platforms, including the media, political parties, even to myself and Director Mkhwanazi, who was in charge of training. The complaint related to duration. They started at the college, which was more than 2 years. They felt the department was doing nothing. 2019, we had a recruitment. We had to recruit 500 students. Then they were supposed to be there for 12 months, but because of COVID, they couldn't finish at the college. Everything was closed. Then they had to come back when everything was open, and they continued. But around 2021, they felt, no, it's more than 2 years. We're supposed to be here for 12 months. And by then, the city had challenges, serious financial challenges. We had no photocopies, we had nothing. There's a copy there where there's a communication within the department that says for licensing. When you come in for your renewal and other things, we had put some placards to inform members of public that we don't have papers for photo. It affected the city in terms of resources, in terms of everything. Then again, when Director Mkhwanazi, he was responsible for training college, approached me. I had now communicated with Mike. I said, no, man, let's go and communicate with Mike. Because in that clinic, I saw, when we approached him, I saw big machines at the clinic, and lots of papers. I don't know how to, these RAM papers, I don't know how to call them. Yes. Then he said, no, but it's fine, I will assist you. But I can't assist you with anything at that finance. I will assist you with equipment and the papers, I do have them. Then again, he assisted, there was a staff, I know that he delegated a staff that was working with college people, you see. It was them and Mike and the director of training that were dealing with those things. But they were assisted.
Approximately,
Students were able to,
okay. Approximately how many students did you have at the college?
it was more than 500, 500 and something students that were recruited. It was the largest number that we had in the city of Ekurhuleni, who were recruited by that time.
Okay. So at this point, what we know is that you've met Mike and you've met him through the trainees, and Mike has stepped into the EMPD with no contractual relationship. He was in talks for regarding a proposal that he had to work with the city, but there was nothing in place at that point. But he's spending money on EMPD, up to about 300,000 to make photocopies in preparation for exams. Do you think that Mike had become some type of guardian angel at the EMPD? Mr. Mike Vanve.
No, thank you, advocate. I can't say a guardian angel, but he assisted.
But he was providing free services to
Yes.
the EMPD.
He did that, madam. He
He
did
did.
that.
Okay. And at paragraph 35, if you can then just read that into the record.
Following the introduction, humble apologies. Following the introduction with Mr. Mike Vanve, I informed Deputy Chief of Police Mzolo, whom my line manager at the time regarding Medicaid 24 clinic proposal. On or about the late 2020, Mr. Mike presented his proposal to senior management of the city. I was not present at the presentation because I did not form part of the senior executive of the city.
Okay.
Must I continue?
No, that's perfect. Thanks. Just lastly on Mr. Van Wyk, how did you come? You've told us how you came to know him, but how long had you known him at this point when he was providing these free services through you? Because it seems that you were the contact person. You were not responsible. You've testified that you were not responsible for training. Commissioner Gwabe was, well, Director Gwabe at the time. Director Gwabe was responsible for training, and it is you that Director Gwabe came to. He approached you to say, what are we going to do about these students who don't have copies of past papers? And your immediate thought and solution had to do with Mr. Mike Van Wyk. So it was you who had now developed a relationship with Mr. Van Wyk. How long had you known him at this point?
No, from 2020, from late 2020, it was a year. Remember, we approached him late 2021 for exam that was supposed to see 2021, 2022. It was a year. Yeah.
You also testified that there was no contract between EMPD and Mr. Van Wyk or Medicare 24 clinic at the time. So what was the nature of your relationship?
I think it was ordinary. Like, I don't know how to explain it. But every time when we want to meet with him, we'll meet with Mike, discuss issues. But also his clinic was around the city of Ekurhuleni, you see. I think that's why he decided to assist and get passionate about us as police and this thing. And we'll keep on referring that, no, society must take care of police. Society must make sure that police are being cared of, all those things. But the relationship was not that close by that time, you see. But I must say that even when the memorandum of understanding was not, we didn't respond to him formally, we didn't respond to anything, but he continued to have this relationship with us, communicating and doing everything. See, there was constant communication, let me say, because my office Boxback, our members of specialized unit were reporting at Boxback. His medical care clinic was in Boxback.
Okay. You referred to a memorandum of understanding. Would you like to expand on that?
It becomes a challenge because I don't have it here, but as I've said that there was this request, there was this proposal that is presented to us. He presented to us, it was sent to me, the office of the chief of police, through his PA, through his project manager. You see, there's a date, there's one of annexures here, which are having dates and everything. Sure, in terms
If you
of
can turn to paragraph 53 of your statement.
Paragraph 53, ne? But that memorandum of understanding had everything that I spoke about.
So
Yes.
at this point, Mr. Mike van Wyk has approached the city and he has presented his proposal before the relevant people within the city. Would you like to read in paragraph 53?
Thank you, Advocate. It reads as follows. In respect of city's engagement with Medical Clinic Boxbed, particular, the proposed memorandum of understanding, proper communication were done internally within the department line of, within the department line of command, and processes and procedures were followed. Mr. Mike van Wyk regarding Medicare proposal, Medicare 21st proposal. In this instance, it's through the chief's project manager, Superintendent Jamin 14. To that end, I attach an email communication from Chief Personal Assistant Lizelle Tyers submitted to the Chief of Police, where she confirms that on the 24th of October 2021, a meeting took place between Mark van Wyk, the Office of the Chief of Police, and me. It was surprising to receive a letter that there was an investigation.
That's fine. If you can just then maybe turn to the annexure JDM 13.
Madam, it's supposed to say there was communication. Let's correct it. Not a meeting, you can sit physically.
Oh, you prefer not to say meeting, you prefer to
Yes.
say communication.
Communication, yeah.
If you turn to JDM 13, I don't know if you've got the same bundle. This bundle, yeah. You're getting some assistance.
Oh,
No, just,
on top.
um, please refer to the bundle that you have. Yes, just the right, yes, the next page after that blue one. 13. JDM 13. What is that document?
It's the document that is coming from Chief of Police PA that confirms that they receive a communique
Okay.
from Mike van Wyk and Jamin 14.
And that confirms that it was not a meeting, it was in fact an email.
Yes, communication email, yes.
Okay.
It confirms what was said.
So that meeting, well, that communication did take place between Mr. Van Wyk. But
Yes.
you testified earlier that at that time, when Mr. Van Wyk assisted the trainees, you had known him for approximately a year and your relationship was not yet that close. Did your relationship then develop thereafter to one of closeness?
Yes, because I approached him again with other things, you see, but I'm also going to talk to that.
You can mention those things.
The one that when the city had a state of the city address, you see, he was close to the owner of Cat Security, you see. You want me to start talking about that?
Yes, you may.
Yeah.
If I can actually then just point you to paragraph 48 of your statement. That is at page 15.
paragraph
48, 47.
from age, introduction to relations with Vusimuzi Matlala. I first learned, must I read it?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I first learned about Vusimuzi Matlala shortly after meeting Mr. Mike Vanve on or about 2021. I had seen a picture of him hung at the offices of Medicaid Clinic. As a result, I became aware that he was one of the directors at Medicaid Clinic in Boxburg. Once I met him, we developed the professional.
Yes, you may continue.
Yes. There's a paragraph that is supposed to be in, but it's fine, I will explain it.
Okay.
Once I met him, we developed a professional rapport similar to the collegial interaction I maintain with others in the security agencies. Whilst Mr. Matlala is a co-director and Medicare 24 clinic, he also owns a security company, CAT VIP Security Company. Our communication initially began on common ground with our shared responsibilities within broader community safety environment, where collaboration is essential to effectively safeguard communities' proposal and provincial personnel. At the time of the meeting, I occupied.
If you can just ask a question. Please elaborate on the nature of the professional rapport that you developed with Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala,
Yes, that's why I've said this.
particularly how it evolved to the point where he became like a brother to you.
Yes, that's why I've said there's a paragraph that was supposed to be there, but I can talk to that. I was approached by my members of intervention unit. Remember, with Mike, it was communitizing unit members that they are always at the shooting range with former task force members. You see, training, and they're good guys. You see, they prefer to work with them. But whilst we're having that discussion, we had the state of the city that is coming.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, you said whilst you were having that discussion, a discussion with whom?
With my members.
With your members?
Intervention
Yes.
members.
So again, it was your members that
Yes.
introduced you
No,
to Mr. Matlala?
no.
They had a discussion with
No,
you?
I'm coming.
Okay.
I'm coming there. Yes, that's why I said there's a paragraph that was supposed to be there. You see, then they said,
You can explain and give your evidence because you are sworn in. The paragraph that you say has been
Yes.
omitted, you can speak to that paragraph.
thank you, advocate. You see, they said they're training with these members tactical when they are privately training, or they're trying to show their skills, improving their skills in terms of shooting, tactical responding, everything. Then they said that these guys that they're always training with them, but these guys are no longer working for SAPS. They're good guys. They're working for a private company. They explained that private company, and they said the owner of that private company is also part of Medicare 24. You see, when we went and met Mike, you see.
Before you proceed, just for the basis, the sake of clarity, the team that was having a discussion or was at the range with the guys that you mentioned, is that an EMPD team?
Yes.
And
yes.
which team is that?
Intervention unit.
Intervention unit, and it falls under
It falls under specialized services.
specialized services, under,
It's our tactical team. They are trusted in terms of responding where there are CITs, serious crimes that are taking place, or crimes that are related to, let me say, serious crimes or violent crimes that are involved with firearms and everything.
and where was this team?
They're based in Boxburg.
Yes, they're in Boxburg, but where were they seeing the
No, in
men you are
private
mentioning?
shooting ranges.
A private shooting range?
Remember, over the weekend or after hours, they go, and some of them shooting sport to them. That's what they do.
And they go as a group within an MP, they go like, as a
Yeah,
group
some they form teams, they go,
Okay.
because we encourage them to do that.
Okay.
Because they work together. You must know the colleague that you work with in terms of shooting skills, in terms of responding, in terms of your adrenaline when there's shootings and everything. That's why we always pair them and say, when you go for shooting, make sure that you take your partner too, because so that we don't get surprised when there's a shooting and individual runs away whilst you are busy engaging, fighting. That's how we train them to do. But they go there as teams. Some of them, they are with those private people. They are having teams that they compete on weekends. I know that on weekends, these teams, they compete. It's like your sports. It's like your teams in sport. They're doing that on daily basis or on weekly basis. Advocate.
When they go to the shooting range, these private shooting ranges that you mentioned, is this a EMPD initiative or they are doing it out of their own personal interest as a hobby?
No.
What I'm just trying to understand, because you say you encourage them to go as teams, but is it a EMPD program, even though it's a private range, or is this you encouraging them to just hang out on the weekend? I'm trying to understand the context.
No, it's on their own. They use their own money, buying their own ammunition.
Okay.
Yes.
So whilst this team was out, you know, at this private shooting range, and they just so happened that they went together with other co-workers, they met, you were still, that's the point at which you were at. Who did they meet?
As I said, they met the guys that were working for SAPS, but now they're working for a private security company.
Okay, they met guys who work for a private company. Yes, okay.
Which is the CAT. I'm not sure that time they mentioned, yes, they mentioned the CAT. Private security, VIP private it's the CAT VIP private security company.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yes. Then, or they even mentioned the owner.
Mm.
It's owned by Mr. Matlala. But that time I didn't know him, you see. But when I went, they as I've said earlier on, that he's the co-owner who is working with Mike at Medical Clinic Boxback, as I mentioned before. Then I went in, as I've said in my statement, so that when
Mr.
you are
Mkhwanazi, you're moving slightly faster than
Faster.
I am able to hear and write. You led evidence, you just testified that at the time that the team from intervention unit went to this private range, they met guys from a security company. That security company happened to be CAT VIP. It's quite important that we take this slowly.
Yes.
And they told you that they work for Mr. Matlala. And you did not know Mr. Matlala at the time.
Yes.
But then you also knew Mr. Matlala was working with Mr. Vanve.
No, I've said they mentioned.
They
that-
mentioned.
yeah.
Oh, so the same
Yeah.
intervention unit
Yeah.
tells you that these guys work for Mr. Matlala. It so happens that Mr. Matlala is also a co-director at Medicare 24, and who works with the same Mr. Van Veek that you'd already been in communication with.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand the sequence of
Yeah,
events.
correct.
Yes.
Correct, yes.
You may actually say it the way that you would like to say. I don't want to put words. I'm trying to
No.
understand.
You have summarized it correctly. Yes.
Okay.
And as I've said that in my statement, when you enter at Medicare 24, there are plus minus 6 or 8 photos there of all the directors there. When you enter in that clinic, there are photos there, and I saw the photo Matlala. Then I could confirm that yes, this is the name that they mentioned. By that time, I don't know, I didn't meet him. But I met with Mike, then explained to Mike. He confirmed that yes, Mr. Matlala owns a security,
Okay.
a private VIP security company with deals with protection, VIP protection.
Perhaps we can take it chronologically. The guys then inform you that a Mr. Matlala, whom you do not know at the time, owns the security company. What happened thereafter?
Remember, madam, advocate.
It's okay.
Yes. When we engaged the members, I think I must mention that it was close to the state of the city. April. The state of the city was taking place on the 20th of April. Yes, it's April.
We will go to the state of the city.
No,
At which point was this interaction happening, just in terms of timing? Which year were we at?
That's why I'm going there.
Okay.
Because it's very important to mention that, you see. Yes, it was on the 30th of March. It was towards the state of the city at the beginning of 2022, around February. Because when we start preparing for State of the City, start around February. You see, it was after I had a meeting with the office of the city manager, no, office of the executive mayor, HOD, project manager, and strategic manager from the office of executive mayor with the chief of police and the deputy chief of police, where they confirmed that the state of the city, the state of the city is going to take place on the 30th. And we need to start some plans. There are threats against the state of the city. Remember, it was for the first time where we had the state of the city under the new political parties. In the city of Ekurhuleni, we used to have a state of the city under ANC, but now it was for the first time where there was a DA and EFF government that was running, you see. And there were fears that ANC may, but that time it was not May. It was put that there's a plan. They got information that they want to disrupt the state of the city, not criminal. The certain political party want to disrupt the state of the city. We need to plan ahead. We need, as a person who was responsible, all the state of the city in terms of security plans and everything, it becomes my responsibility as the director of specialized services in terms of EMPD. You see, after engaging my members, that's when they raised the issue of these tactical shooting guys and everything, you see. Then that's when I went.
After you raised,
Sorry?
I didn't get the last part. If you can just please repeat that.
I've said after the meeting that we had.
With whom?
Yeah, with the seniors, the chief of police and the deputy chief of police. And after getting that article, before the article, after getting that, I engaged my members. You see, that's when they came in with the issue of VIP cat security and the guys that are skilled for my SAPS that are always training, shooting with them. You see, then we went to Medicare 24 in Boxburg. That's when I've said that there are 8 or 6, I don't remember the number of directors there, you see. But Mike confirmed that yes, with Matlala, I'm working with it. I'm working with him, sorry. I'm working with him. He owns VIP security. Then explain again that though it's true, those guys, they are from SAPS task force, some are from the army task force, they're good sharpshooters and discipline and what. But I requested him that, can we have a meeting with him? I requested him because I want him to assist us in terms of the state of the city, in terms of securing and making sure that there's what I want those skills to be. I want those skills because my guys are recommending them, that they're good guys, they can assist us. He arranged the meeting. The meeting was in, I'm not sure, first time it was in Boxburg. You see, he was there for another meeting, then he called me and said, no, boss is around, he's willing to meet with you. Then we met with him, I gave him my proposal. He said, no. He started by asking, are you going to pay us? I said, no. It's out of budget, you see. I don't deal with budget, you see. We needed to skills of guys. But he agreed that, yes, I'm going to assist you. But he didn't confirm that time, you see, with what. Then we had a second meeting where I requested that I want to go and see that, is this VIP security having offices? Are they well informed? I want all those things, security measures. So I was worried about that. But we went to Tshwane. In Tshwane, when I came to that office, it's a well-organized, well-established offices. You see, a security company that is there with everything that we needed. And I was so impressed. I requested, confirmed that now I'm going to send members, but we'll discuss in terms of making sure how many members are you getting.
What were you impressed by?
No, it's a well-established security company with registered number and everything.
You were,
See,
so you
there's
were,
an office.
you were impressed by the building?
Because other security companies, madam, they operate in their vehicles. It's happening.
Yeah.
You see, they don't have, but there's an office, well-established office with the PA, secretary. You see letters with letterhead. You see, check all those things, they were there. You see registration number and all those things, they were there.
All right. So
There's something that we jumped. I don't know in terms of our statements,
Okay.
but it's fun.
you can take
But
it chronologically.
This was after the story of blue lights and other things. The story of blue lights is before this. It's just that the statement is like but it's fine.
So blue lights happens before you meet Mr. Matlala?
It happens after.
Yes,
No, blue lights happened before.
before you met him.
Yes, no. That's why I'm saying this, it's now, it's confusing me, the way it is.
No,
The blue
you're
lights
welcome.
is different.
You're welcome to correct the statement. It's your statement and you are giving your
Not when
evidence
we met, or I'm confusing
to your
myself.
record. What I would just like to get asked is,
But let me follow the statement.
You don't have-
Confusing.
I don't want to
but-
compel you. I
Yeah.
want you to go with the flow that you are comfortable with, Mr. Sorry, Commissioner Mkhwanazi.
Just a moment. Honorable James. I
No, I'm
see,
fine, Chair. I was just confused. Yes, no, he wasn't giving us a direct answer. Thank you.
no, he was giving a direct answer. He says a PA, a secretary, a letterhead. Are you not happy? You can proceed. That's what you said, Commissioner
Yes.
Mkhwanazi.
Yes, Chair.
Chair, I see the time.
Yeah, no.
We can proceed.
Look at me.
Okay.
And me says proceed.
So Mr. Matlala, just, I apologize, Commissioner Mkhwanazi.
Apology accepted.
I apologize for that. We are talking about how the sequence of events relating to how you met Mr. Matlala.
Yeah, it's correct, Chair. It's
Just
correct.
for the sake of clarity, the blue lights issue which we are developing toward,
Yes.
are you suggesting it happened before you
No,
met him?
No, it's correct. I thought it's
Okay.
not, but now it's correct.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
So you are comfortable with the
Yeah,
sequence of events?
Comfortable.
Okay.
Yes, comfortable.
You're welcome to give your evidence as you would like to give it, as you know, it makes sense to you in terms of timelines. Right, as we proceed, so my next question was, you mentioned that Mr. Matlala and you developed a brotherly relationship. You went to Tshwane, you were quite impressed by his office. He had a PA, he had letterheads, and it looked like a proper functioning office. When did this relationship then develop from the intervention unit guys telling you about Mr. Matlala's security guys at a private shooting range to a brotherly relationship? When did the relationship evolve into?
On that
You
engagement.
now described
Yes,
it.
yes, thank you. On that engagement, we exchanged numbers, cell phone numbers. You see, and our guys were also communicating. You see, then in that meeting again, there was a plenary meeting for the state of the city, where we invited him to be part, because I already told him that I want him to assist in terms of doing or securing outer parameters and make sure that we give backup to the executive mayor from home to the state of the city, Germiston Civic Center, where the state of the city was taking place. Then we agreed that he will be part of the meeting, or he will send someone to be part of the meeting. Because in our plenary meeting, we want all those people, all those stakeholders, security stakeholders are going to take place to be part and commit themselves. That's why when you see I'm going to the plan now. You see
Before you go there, Commissioner
Please.
Mkhwanazi, I stopped you at halfway in your paragraph as you were reading it into evidence. If you can go back to paragraph 48, which is on page 16, and you may start reading where you ended at that time of the meeting. This is now after having come from.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you, advocate. Once I met him, we developed a professional rapport similar to the collegial interaction I maintain with others in the security agencies. Whilst Mr. Matlala is a court director at Medicaid 24 Clinic, he also owns a VIP security company, CAT VIP, security company. Our communication initially began on a common ground with shared responsibilities within broader community safety, where collaboration is essential to effective safeguard communities, principal and provincial personnel. At the time of a meeting, I occupied the position of a director, specialized service. Therefore, his interest fell squarely within the scope of my responsibility within EMPD. We subsequently grew closer and he became like a brother to me. I will elaborate below.
Can you take us to that elaboration? When I ask about the brotherly relationship,
Yes.
that's what I'm referring to.
Yes.
So you tell us in your statement that you will elaborate. I think at this point we can pause for you to elaborate.
Yes. As I've said, Madam, or advocate, I mean to say we invited him or invited him to come to our plenary meeting. He said we'll come or you'll send someone, but fortunately he came personally to that meeting. Then we communicated. As I've said, I'd already exchanged numbers. We were communicating with work and other things, but he came to that meeting. He was part of the first meeting. Then I introduced him to the team of the executive mayor, the team that I met with. I introduced him to the team before our plenary meeting, and that is responsible for VIP security company. And he committed that I'm going to assist, making sure that I assist in terms of securing. But the deployment part, it was our responsibility. Then he committed, but he didn't give us numbers that time in our meeting because it was the first formal meeting of our security cluster meeting. From there, we communicated with phones and everything. That's where I started to share his interest was saying that, no man, I want to be part of VIP. How do you do your VIP protection unit? Is it private or is it within the city? I told him, no, it is within the city. It's not private. It's, we are doing our own VIP protection. Where we need capacity, we'll engage. That's why we engage him, where we need capacity. We discussed many things. Again, he even raised the issue of the clinics too. As I've said, I said, no, the clinics are not with us. I've already explained to Mike. He said, no, Mike told me. I thought Mike is putting it in another way. I said, no, I've already engaged with Mike. That's where the communication started, madam. Then the next meeting, he deployed. He deployed a senior person from his team to sit with us in the meeting. Not with us per se, with my commanders, because I was not part of that meeting. But I know that it was confirmed that a senior person from him, the SAPS was part of the meeting. The guys that are doing security guys that are doing static work, the team that is doing guarding civic center, because the meeting it was about everyone that provides security within and the external stakeholders that we use or that we wanted to be part of the meeting. The meeting said, and
But you were not part of that meeting.
yeah, no.
Yeah. What I'm quite interested in, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, is this brotherly relationship. And I'm trying to ascertain the specific interactions or the shared experiences as you label it in your paragraph, in your statement, that you experienced, contributed to this close relationship. And what you have testified to at this stage is that, you exchanged numbers. There was a panel meeting, which he came to personally. You introduced him to the mayor.
No, the team.
The team introduced him to
Not
the
the
mayor.
team.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
yes.
okay.
No, let's correct it, because even in the media, they say introduce him to the mayor. No,
Yes.
at my level, at that level, we don't sit. You sit with the senior management that are part of the mayor. She's a politician.
Yeah.
She's a politician, so I mean to say. Yes, but the team that was running, that was given task to run the state of the city, the senior team from the executive mayor's office.
Okay, so you were not present at that. It was another team that introduced him to the mayor.
No, I was present.
You were present, but
when
it's
he-
somebody else.
But in a plenary meeting, I was not part of the plenary meeting, and he was not part of the plenary meeting. He decided in a plenary meeting, send a senior person to sit in a plenary meeting, and I don't sit in that plenary meeting.
Okay.
It's operational people that are going to run the operation physically. That sit in that meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
What I-
But with the meeting that we had before, the introduction meeting, it's where he made commitments that no, I'm going to assist.
No,
It was early 2002.
I understand, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. Thank you. What I'm still interested in your statement is this closeness in relationship, this brotherly relationship as you describe it. And I'm trying to understand what actually informed it. What are the shared interactions that you speak about, which I've been sitting now next to Chief Whip for the past week, and I'm uncertain that I can say we have a close, brotherly, maybe perhaps because we come from the same tribe, perhaps that's the shade at the moment. And the fact that we are part of this committee, I'm uncertain. I don't wish to turn the evidence to myself, but I'm just trying to understand how did it evolve? Your relationship. You tell us it evolved. You initially met looking for assistance in terms of your intervention unit, which was very impressed by Cat Matlala's security, at the shooting range. But you also then go on to say that this relationship developed, you had shared experiences, and I'm just trying to understand, how did this relationship evolve to that?
No.
You have testified that you exchanged numbers. You spoke about work, at some point, but how did it? So you can just tell us.
And we were meeting, not only on the phone, but as I've said that it was early 2002. By that time we were planning, our focus was on the state of the city. You see, not on other things, you see, on the state of the city that he has assisted and committed, you see. But after the state of the city, after April, that's where we started to communicate and discuss about other issues, personal things, and all those things, you see. After that, after the state of the city, you see, it was no longer about issues of work and everything, because we saw that there are no more relations that are going to take place when it comes to work and other things, you see. That's why we discuss personal things, other things, you see. As I've said that, at Matlala, that I used to sit with him, discuss, he will raise issues, national issues, but he doesn't discuss politics and other things. We'll discuss issues of mind, of business, you see, and check with you that day, is there anything that is coming in that is related to the work that we are doing and other things, you see. But the work that I'm doing, with the work that he's doing, it was clinics and what. He was no longer discussing about CAT, VIP and other things.
Okay.
And he will tell me that
Honorable-
I met this piece, I was in this meeting, in that meeting, but the issues of him and his business that are not there. But around those times, I had the challenge of where I had funerals. I lost my siblings, you see.
Perhaps you can also give timelines. I'm really sorry that you
Yeah,
lost
it was
the
May 2022, towards the end of the year.
May 22.
Mid.
Can we take Honorable Shongwe?
Thank you, Chair. Ndaba ezidebentela ukubuza la. The mayor you are talking about, Mayor wayiphi iqembu and igama lakhe ubani? And this associates abathatha uKate to introduce to that mayor. Who were those people? Names? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Alderman Tanya Kemben. But she didn't meet with Ovus. We met with the senior team office in Laki.
And which organization?
DA.
Okay.
Yeah, remember, it was now the DA and EFF collusion that were in charge for the seat.
So, but who was he meeting?
No.
Who were they meeting?
Oh, we met the staff at her office.
The staff of
office
the
staff.
mayor.
Yes, yes.
So they never met with the mayor
No.
at all.
No, Vus and the mayor, they never met.
Okay,
I know they never.
DA, but you said.
Yeah, well, I met the mayor after the event, Mara, Matlala and everything, they were not part of that meeting.
DA, you said though.
Demo-
DA.
Democratic Alliance, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Who was the senior person in the office of the mayor who was present in that meeting?
They've changed. But can I get their names? I'll provide, just that I forgot their names. It's two ladies and, no, it's four. It's two ladies, one black guy and one white guy. But I don't have to mention them according to the
Was
guidelines.
the-
But it's two males and two
Was
females.
the
that we
mayor
do.
aware of that meeting?
Yeah, it's a plenary meeting. We always do that. It's a plenary meeting. I don't know, did they brief her and what? Because we brief them, we meet with them. It is them that brief the executive mayor. Unless the mayor feels or she feels that there's serious stress, she wants to meet us physical, all of us, and finalize issues. But they never met with Matlala. No, the mayor never met with him.
Honorable Skhosana.
Ngikuthokoze Mgcini Sihlalo. Ukhomishana Mkhwanazi akakwazi ukuthi angeke asinike lamagama. Amagama siyawafuna. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi asikwazi ukukhuluma sikazi ukuthi bobani labo njengoba umbuzo ukuthi from chair njengoba uthi no awukwazi ukusinikela nje or uzosinikela lada.
No, ngithi ngwakhohle ngizowathola.
Oh, sithokoze.
Ngizowathola. Hani ngizowathola fanele ngiwathole to confirm.
Okay, yeah, let's proceed, Advocate Mkiza, until 1:30.
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, if you can read in paragraph 49.
Yes, man. Yes, advocate. From time to time, Mr. Matlala sought clarity on matters such as clinics and respective mandate of provincial local government. And as I mentioned to Mr. Vanve, I also explained to Mr. Matlala, these responsibilities fall under the provincial mandate, with the city focusing primarily on management functions. Additionally, we also discussed broader social matters, training needs for both teams, tactical close protection due to the skill that his team possessed, identified, and need that may potentially benefit our tactical teams. He acquired about privatization of VIP. I did tell him that EMPD VIP is sourced internally.
You mentioned that it was part of the discussions, the broader discussions that you had with Mr. Matlala had to do with training needs for both teams of tactical close protection officers. What type of protection needs or training needs was he offering, Mr. Matlala? What was he offering the EMPD?
Thank you, Advocate. Remember, my team has already communicated with me that these guys are highly skilled. These guys are good. These guys are from SAPS task force, from the army, you see, and the training that they always have with them, you see. Then
Perhaps, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, you could describe in detail the specific skills or expertise that his team possessed that you identify as beneficial for your tactical team at EMPD. If you could just maybe describe what you mean, and not just leave it broadly as highly skilled, for particularly for the sake of the committee, so that they can understand what kind of unique skills these.
yes, our SWAT team deals with, as I've said, that they respond to
When-
criminals that are having high caliber of firearms.
Okay,
Our intervention team.
so yes, I just wanted to,
Yes.
for the purpose of clarity, you had initially testified about the intervention tactical team. So the intervention team, the other name for it is SWAT team,
Let's say intervention team. I'm going to-
intervention team.
Yes.
But if you do happen to mention it, we should take it as you mean the intervention team.
Yeah,
If you
yes,
happen to mention SWAT
yes,
again, okay,
yes.
okay, you may continue.
And part of those, or part of their daily work when they approach suspect is house penetration. There's a way you approach an armed suspect, a gang, or an individual that you're arresting for drink and driving, other things. House penetration, it needs you to be skills, needs certain tactics. When you penetrate or when you enter the house, I want to use the wording that is simple. When you penetrate the house, from the yard, from the gate, the way you deploy, you see, don't deploy like, hey, Zogbo power, you see. No. The approach is different. And the type of weapons that you use, you see, it's those tactical skills. The way you approach criminals that are doing CITs, when you respond to CIT, you don't respond to like normal robbery.
Perhaps you can.
Cash in transit,
yes, thank you.
cash in transit, it's different than the way you approach any other crimes, you see. I happen to be part of the trainings in terms of crowd management levels in Tabazimbi twice, where the task force is training. I know how they do train, how they do house penetration, how do they do all this technical training, and the way you shoot, the way you use type of firearms and everything. As I've said, that I attended those trainings, you see. And I've also identified the gap within. I agreed with them when they are saying that. I was very happy, in fact, when they're telling me that we are shooting with those guys privately, time to time, sharpening our skills and everything, you see. Those are the types of, you see. And again, the way they conduct them when they're doing their VIP protection and other things, you see. Remember, I've said that on the 30th in the state of the city, the deployment area is tactically, and you could see that even when I was there at Swane, you see, when you approach, when you enter that office, the way they stand up, you could see the discipline within them, that it is within them, saluting and everything. You see, I said, no, we need to work on these things and work. But even him, he said, no, it's fine, we can do that, you see. Because to be honest, I must mention it. I know that I mentioned again at Matlala that those guys are skilled. They say, why are you saying that? They're highly skilled, they're skilled. The way a well-trained officer and an officer, they walk, you can tell. You always say you trust by the left us, see, or the army, you see, and they still maintain that discipline when they walk and everything. The way they approach something, that's why you see discipline and everything.
Okay.
You see, even though I was are you sure they are not gangsters? I said, no, you can tell, you see.
So
and that's what I wanted. That's why we wanted to take our level, because again, one of the
You
challenges.
mentioned that you could, I'm really sorry to interject. You mentioned that you can just see that they are highly skilled.
Yes, but
Perhaps because we were not there with you and we may not have the same appreciation, perhaps you can elaborate on what you mean, describe what you mean by what can you see? How can I identify that Chief Whip perhaps was once a
your
skilled
your-
tactical
your posture when you are standing.
security person?
Your posture when you are standing, saluting, walking, approaching a senior person, you see. An ordinary protector or somebody that has been recruited in the street, when a senior person is coming in, they just look. Someone is, but a trained officer, even if he's working in the private security, he will address and call you by your rank. That's why you say, oh, a police lead. You see, that's how I saw. And they don't sit before you sit. Can come in, they will wait up until the person that you visited to, up until the person that you're approaching sits, and that's where they sit. And again, the way they sit, even here when they see those people at the train, they don't sit like any other person. They deploy themselves. They sit in. You see, those things, just look and say, no. This is a well-established, this team, it's a good team. And those skills, and that's what we want to see in all your teams. We are saying our teams are doing that, but every time we need to sharpen and up the level of discipline, the way we do things.
You also mentioned at paragraph 49 that you read in that, Mr. Matlala also had sought clarity on certain matters such as clinics and respective mandates. Can you explain the specific context in which these questions arose and what impact your clarification had on his understanding of the actions?
As I've said, that He's a person who doesn't discuss politics and he discusses business, you see. He wanted to know that since the clinics are going to province, are we going to sell the buildings? Who's going to occupy the buildings? Can they have working relations with the buildings? And again, who's going to be responsible and be charged for those clinics in the province or nationally? How do they work with? I said, no, I don't have clue on that because it's a different department. In fact, I don't even follow that. But I know that the mandate of the clinics belongs to province. I'm a South African, I read newspapers, I read all these things. I'm aware about the changes that are taking place in the country. But as in exactly what is happening there, deep in that department, I don't know. Because even till today, those clinics are still with us as local government or as the city of Ekurhuleni. But by that time, I even thought that they're going within a month or two, you see.
So he came to you to seek clarity.
No.
And-
When we were discussing telephonically, but I said that, I'm sure
Well,
that,
when I say he came to you, I don't mean literally. He contacted you, seeking clarity on matters such as clinics, but were you able to assist him?
no, ma'am, it's not within my department, it's not within the cities.
No,
I was not able, let me say so.
yes, I don't necessarily mean that it was within your department. So I'm trying to ascertain how your conversation went. Yes.
No, I was not, because I gave him that answer, that the mandate is not within us. As I've said, I thought even they're going within a month or two, they will be in the province.
Okay.
Because the city is suffering out of that, it's spending a lot of money. You see, I know when I'm sitting now as an HOD, you will hear that we're spending these millions and we're not giving money from, not getting money from province and all those things. You see. But to be honest, we wanted those guys. You know, if I had powers to hire and adjust money, we're going to steal those guys from him so that they join us and assist us in terms of the training. Because currently, anything that we need from SAPS are being charged. They're charging us for everything. See, now we are even challenged that you can't train crowd management, you can't train K9, you can't train VIP, you can't do anything because any service that you must get from SAPS, they charge us like ordinary private people. Anything that, but when they need assistance from us, we give. But when we go to them, they charge us, they don't play.
Okay. Given that your relationship evolved from being one where you were discussing business, where he was, inquiring, seeking clarity on mandates regarding provincial and local government, and as well as other things, he according to you, he attended a plenal meeting. He inquired also again about the clinic, but your relationship at this point was now becoming quite close. It had evolved. How did you manage the potential conflict of interest?
No, madam, there was no conflict of interest then.
Well, what I mean by that, just to be a bit more specific, you are an employee at that point within EMPD. He's inquiring from you about EMPD matters, business, providing assistance for state of the city, providing VIP specifically. You said he raised issues regarding clinics. You also testified that he wanted to be part of the VIP. I'm assuming this is all within EMPD. Clinics would be for EMPD employees. VIP would be for the city of the state, which EMPD is a part of. Committing to assist would be also EMPD employees or trainees, or but EMPD personnel. Introduction to the mayor's office, that is a structure under which EMPD falls under, but you are a EMPD employee. So were you not worried about the conflict of interest because you're becoming quite close, your relationship is evolving, you were EMPD employee, he's not talking business in general, he's talking business in relation specifically to EMPD. Did it not maybe bother you? What were your thoughts? You can perhaps comment on that.
Advocate, EMPD is a public institution. Any information that I gave,
Yeah, you can finish responding.
or EMPD is a public
I see the hand,
Okay.
Honorable Breitenbach. I will come to you.
Chair, no, please, I'm sorry, but don't tell him he can finish. I can't hear him.
Oh, you can't hear.
Mr. Mkhwanazi is swallowing his words. When he answers the questions, he swallows his words.
Humble apologies. I'll raise my voice. I'm saying EMPD is a public institution. Any information that they wanted, any member can get it. You see, as long as you don't discuss how are we going to arrest you, how are we going to do this and this, but any other information that he wanted from us, it's information that you can get. It is a public knowledge that the mandate of the clinic belongs to the province. You see.
Okay.
It is a public knowledge that EMPD, you can go to our
Thank you.
website.
Thank you so much. We have now come to the end of the first session. How much time do we need to complete the presentation of evidence?
I think we're just gonna deal with one more topic after this, and then we
Yeah.
should be open for questions.
What
Yeah.
is the time you estimate?
1 hour.
Okay. Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile, you must be ready at 15 hours. Do you hear what I'm saying? You will be followed by Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Shonga. May you please stand up in this order. I'm going to request honorable members to stand up now and leave the chambers. Come back at 2 o'clock, 14 hours. Can the honorable members stand up now and leave the chambers? May you stand up, please, Advocate Arense and Advocate Mkhwanazi, and follow the honorable members. um, by all indications is that our engagements with Commissioner Mkhwanazi will end tonight. That is the sense I have and what I observe from today's proceedings. And I'm going to plead that we continue at that pace. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I ask how much time she needs. She says by 3 o'clock we will be done. So I know that you can contain yourselves and allow her this 1 hour to conclude. Agreed? Yeah. Concentrate on your questions. Start preparing yourselves and allow Advocate Mkhize to conclude the presentation of evidence. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, are you back? And,
Yes,
Are you ready to hit the road?
yes, Chair.
Okay. Simunye. Good luck.
Thank you, Chairperson. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, we are now at paragraph 51 of your statement. It sounds like you,
Yeah, yes, I was worried about the way we met. There's something that I want to emphasize, you see, because it will be like I'm lying when we go to the chronological order in terms of the meetings. The first meeting with Medicare, it was 2021, not 2022. And the discussions about VOSI and other things, because when you go that side, it will push us to discuss the engagement with Matlala 2021. But once I met with, so Advocate, once I met with Mike Vanve, but when we talk, I'll talk to that.
thank you, Commissioner. Your evidence that you gave earlier, at paragraph 28 of your statement, which is on page 10, I think that it confirms your evidence, your oral evidence. Yes, it does specifically state that you met him around COVID 2020 toward the end because you were ill. So I think that is quite clear.
Oh, yes, I want to
Yes.
clarify again with VOSI, it was late 2021. Yes.
Yes, I
Medicare.
think that is also on record. It's also on your statement. And I can confirm that it's at paragraph 47 of your statement. You have already actually led evidence to that effect. Are you?
Thank you.
Okay. I think we are on the same page regarding the timeline.
Yes, Advocate.
Yes. We now come to the memorandum of understanding that you had between you, Medicare 24 Clinic and CAT VIP.
Master.
You can, yes, you can lead us in evidence. You can take us through. It starts at paragraph 51. Could you perhaps give a detailed account of what you mean, what happened regarding the internal communications in respect of the memorandum of understanding?
It became dead because people were sleeping on duty.
What do you mean by that?
I will talk to that.
Okay.
Chief Whip, you once said, I don't know who was testifying, that when the letter comes to your office, to your PA, it means that it came to you as a Chief Whip, because that's the office, you take charge on that. you see. But when 5 or 6, 7 letters are coming, we don't get any response. It means there's a senior who's a check collector who's coming and sleeping on duty. That's my understanding with all these processes, you see. And that's what I'd like to emphasize, because there's an email that came to the office. I'll read, advocate. There's an email that came to office. The PA got an email, confirms that the email, gives the chief of police an email, you see. And other people are advising the chief of police, and there's nothing that it's happening. You see, even responding and say, no, we are not supporting this. You see, then it advises, it gives all other people who are reporting to a clear line, a clear communication. This is a direction that we are going to take. But when we are there towards on duty, people are going to act and take decisions, because some of us were young. We want to be given positions so that we can act and change and bring change where we're deployed. Sorry, I'm not deployed, where we are appointed. You see, not just to come at work and laugh and say, there's nothing that is happening. Because I want to raise this chairperson, because we find ourselves in this situation because members don't have vehicles in Ekurhuleni, don't have bullet vest, don't have breathalyzers, don't have sisters, don't have, but there's a budget that is passed each and every year. What is that budget doing? And there are people who are employed to make sure that there's work that is being done. That's why it worries me, because this is not the first letter that came in and nothing is happening, you see. We can't be check collectors whilst we're getting money paid by public institution. And you must be clear, in policing, you give line of command. You come and say, the instruction is this, 1, 2, 3, 5. All the people are reporting to you. They must take that direction. That's what I wanted to raise. That the chief of police was sleeping on duty. And his advisors, I must say that I'm not working for his company, I'm working for a public institution, you see, and that's what it's happening. And we are paid to account on daily basis to take. That's why we are accounting here, because members of community feel that there's something wrong that is happening. You see, that could have prevented. Let me read.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I think that the members have heard your utterances regarding your concerns at EMPD. And also, I guess the good thing is that you are now senior and you are the Deputy Municipal Commissioner. So I'm sure there'll be some change upon your return.
They will tell you, I give line of command. That's why they decided to go and run and talk somewhere, because under me, you work and you account.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now getting back to paragraph 51.
Yes. The memorandum of understanding with Medicare 24 and CAT VIP. The formal instructions from my then superior, Mr. Goodman Zolo, which were issued to me on the 15th October 2021, clearly outlined the task and to-do list or things to do for when task must be done, a to-do list concerning the SOP, standard of operational procedure, with operational security division and other responsibilities. The plan of SOP was necessary as the department had not yet established one since its inception, although officers are working with private security companies without any formalities. Attached here, it's a copy of to-do list marked annexure, JM or JDM 12.
Okay, if you could just
Okay.
then maybe turn to JDM 12. Is that the annexure that you are referring to, the to-do list? It is at page 117, at page 79. Not that bundle, the separate, yes. That one, in that file, yes. Yes.
Yes.
That's correct. Okay. If you could then please just give an account of that internal communication and process and procedures that you discuss at paragraph 51. Were they followed regarding Medicare 24's proposal? The to-do list, if you can perhaps read it in, it's a bit unclear.
Yes, the to-do list, it was about us developing a standard of operational procedure with the private security company. Remember, the private security companies are not working for us. They are providing services to their clients within the city of Ekurhuleni. It may be those that are patrolling within the residential areas that are having contract with individuals. It may be those that are having contract with the companies within the city of Ekurhuleni. As you know that the city of Ekurhuleni is an industrial area. You see, you've got a lot of companies in each and every town, or between the town and the township, or between an informal settlement. There's an industrial area that is taking place there, you see. And when we respond in terms of crime, all of us will respond, you see, at the same time. When we respond in terms of your illegal mining, all of us will respond. But the challenge is that it's a procedure that we must follow when we respond, the things that we must do, the working relations among ourselves. But part of those relations, it was looking at the resources that they're having. They're well capacitated. As I've said, that in the city of Ekurhuleni, we have a challenge that we don't have tools of trade. Sometimes we don't have tools of trade, as I've said, not because the city doesn't provide, but because of people are unable to do what they're appointed to do. But at least when we have those capacity and the people that are responding, because when we arrest, there's a certain procedure that must follow. Because that's why sometimes we lose lot of cases in the court of law, because people that arrive first, they've got resources, they don't follow a procedure. They tamper with the crime scene, change the crime scene, everything. But it was
Yes.
about that and say, in Katlehong, so in Germiston, we're having these 10 companies, we're having a prison com. How to work with this? And we must know who's operating within our area, how many firearms are they having, how many cars that are there, so that even when we deploy as a prison commander, not at my level then, as we don't call it police station, as metropolis, we call them precinct. That prison commander, when you plan, you know that at least I'm having 10 companies that are operating in this area. Then the objective was to make sure that we do that strategically. Again, we utilize their resources, but we are able to manage it, you see, and be able to, it was that thing, and make sure that we throw in all the security companies and work with them.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And we sat in 3 or 4 meetings discussing it, and I was tasked that you run with it, you do it, let it be operational, let it work.
Commissioner, were those procedures that you mentioned, were they in place in respect of CAT VIP security? When you were dealing with CAT VIP security as well as Medicare 24? Because it's not about the question,
Yes.
it's not a general question, it's more specific to those two entities.
As I've said, that there was no process. We're starting a process.
Okay.
We're initiating a process that is not there.
Okay, so you then mentioned in paragraph 54 that you were then surprised to receive a letter that there was an investigation in relation to me for improper use of my position, especially when I was acting in line with the official's directives, Mr. Mzolo, who was aware of this initiative. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yes, advocate. I met with DCO Mzolo, and remember, there was a letter and letters that were sent. The letters, that's why I was saying again, the letters that were, the memorandum, the proposal memorandum of understanding that were crafted or that were presented to EMPD. It was not only about Medicare, you see. There was another one to discuss in terms of how to work, how do we establish relations. And again, there was a request of donation of vehicles out of that, you see. Those are the copies that were submitted. Some were submitted physically, some were there, you see. And the process of communication, it was followed. There was communication, and even I too, I've submitted letters to that office too.
You additionally, you mentioned that further that there's documentation from Corporate Legal Services Department of the city to IPED, challenging recommendations made by the chief and Mr. Rivo Spies, who claim to have no knowledge of the situation of any working relationship with Medicare 24. What is the context of that statement?
Can you repeat it? I was writing something, then I
Okay.
lost along the way.
You say remember, this is the same paragraph where you say that you were surprised to receive a letter regarding improper use of your position.
Oh, thanks.
This is just basically in relation to your communication with Mr. Matlala regarding CAD VIP. If you look on the next page, it's specific that from the document it's reflected that EMPD engaged with CAD VIP, but you now were being disciplined for that conduct, for improper use of your position.
Oh, thank you.
Maybe to bring further clarity, it's in regard to paragraph 61. So related to blue lights, related to other communication that you were having in respect of security services, for which you were later suspended.
Thank
Do
you.
you have recollection of that?
Yes.
Maybe we can then just turn to the relevant suspension letter and you can start the story from the top, just in relation to what happened from this paragraph that you were surprised to be now, pointed out for behaving in a manner that was improper in the context of the workplace. But I'd like to place it in context. At paragraph, at annexure, I think it's annexure 7. Just don't have my actual file. Can I get my file back? At annexure 7, which is at page 7 of the annexures, not that file. Not that file. The one, yes. The one at the bottom, yes.
Annexure,
Page 7, annexure JDM2. No, sorry, not JDM2. It's the later one. It's a suspension letter dated 24 February 2023.
Okay.
It should be JDM7.
Yes.
Do you have it?
Yes.
You can read in the page.
Married.
No, it's at page 53. Are you at page 53 of the bundle?
Yes.
That page at 53 is a suspension letter dated 20 February 2023.
So,
And
sorry. Yes.
and that letter reads, it's a notice, it says that you were given a notice of intention to suspend on the 21st of February. You were then given an opportunity to provide reasons why you should not be disciplined or why you should not be suspended, which you provided on the 24th of February. And that is at annexure 55. Well, the annexure didn't make it in. And that letter says,
Annexure 55 proposed bundle.
no, it's a different one. It's okay. So you provided reasons though, within 48 hours.
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Yes,
Why
I
you
did
should
that.
not. And subsequent to providing those reasons, you were still suspended.
Yes.
You were suspended. Okay.
It's just formalities.
Yes.
Everyone who does that Suspension is suspension, that's it. We don't consider those things.
And you were suspended for a period of 3 months. And the reason why it was 3 months, it was to afford EMPD an opportunity to investigate.
Yes, advocate.
Yes. And at JMD 9, which is at page 56,
Yes, advocate.
yes. You did not learn about you say in your statement that you did not know whether an investigation was conducted or not, what the outcome of the investigation was, and whether there was a report to that effect.
By that time, I think I was reporting to a secret agency called EMPD.
A secret agency?
Yes.
Because they were
secret
not
agents.
informing you of the outcome.
Um,
This you state between paragraphs 19 and 20 of your statement. And there at paragraph 20, you say that once 3 months had lapsed, the suspension was lifted on the 24th of May, because that suspension letter had basically said that it was for a period of 3 months while they investigate. And you were not informed of the outcome of the investigation.
Yes, madam.
And then when you were preparing for the Madanga Commission, you then subsequently learned that there may have been a report.
May I raise something?
Yes.
There's something that came into my mind. I was called by one of the law firm, which they said they were appointed to investigate. But in their engagement with me, they asked me that before you were suspended, were you informed that it's a tribunal, means that there's an outside law firm that has been appointed to investigate you. And before that law firm is being appointed, they must agree with you that it's a procedure. It's part of disciplinary processes that if you bring an outside person to investigate, you must be informed. I said, no, I was not informed. I stayed at home for 3 months. There's no communication. There's nothing. They said, sure, no one communicated. I said, there's no communication. That means they ran a secret investigation, appointed outside lawyers to investigate me without even sitting down with these formalities. That it is disciplinary procedure. It says that you must be called, you must be informed, so that if you want to bring an outside attorney to defend you, but there's nothing that happened, madam. It's only those people that called me and say, we want to confirm that, want to check that. Did you agree on that? I said, no one called me. That means Kolane, Revo, Mapieye, they were doing their own secret agent things. You see.
Okay. So when you learned about annexure JDM 9,
Yes, advocate.
it is a letter from the city to IPED. You see that?
Yes, advocate.
Dated 6 December 2023.
Yes, advocate.
What does that letter speak to?
During the time, last year in October, November, when the process of Matlala was starting, I came across this letter. You see, somebody sent me through WhatsApp and say, are you aware of this letter? You see, when I read, I said, but this letter is discussing about me. And I've got a criminal case that has been opened against me. You see, I made some inquiries and checked. They said, no. The city was responding to IPED. You see, the city had their own internal, except the external one. There was another internal investigation that ran that I was not aware of, but it's fine. They were investigating, they were checking through the city's official. It's their process. So they checked Christine about blue lights and all these rumors that are taking place about all these processes. That's where Christine explained that no. The person who was doing the process of vehicle, it is me as Christine. The person came to me, I needed the letter of commitment, and he submitted the letter of commitment. Then all the processes were made by me. The issue of blue lights and other things, the story that is not there, because as the city, before you do those things, you must tender the processes. You see, there was no tender process, and there were no blue lights, there was no branding in this letter. In fact, it was saying that, but we can read it, you see. That's when I came across, it was 2 years. It was 2024, last year. After my suspension, 1 year, 8 months or 1 year, 7 months after my suspension to get such communication. But you could see that it was addressed to IPID from our side. you
Okay.
see. But I was not aware about any processes.
Perhaps it's a good time to actually put what the issues were regarding the blue lights before you were suspended. If you turn to page 61 of your statement.
Yes, Advocate.
Yes. You say there regarding the blue lights and registration of vehicles, no, and branding that was done or authorization, no branding was done and or authorization or related work to be carried out.
Advocate, I prefer to read it so that it can be recorded.
Okay,
It must come from me.
yes, you may
Yes.
go ahead, you may
Because I've
read
been
it.
explaining, no one wants to take the story.
Okay,
You see. Allegation on blue lights. Regarding blue lights and registration of vehicle, no blue lights and branding that was done or authorized on related work to be carried out. I did not grant any authorization on the alleged work as it is widely circulated. The vehicles were still in the initial stages of being processed for donation as per the letter of intent to commit to the city of Ekurhuleni, which was requested by the proxy. We've got one proxy as the city. He's responsible for all the city's fleet. Whether it's 20 department, 21 department, whether it's 60, 70 vehicles, he's the only one who's authorized to buy, to register, to brand, to put blue lights for EMPD and to put red lights for emergency and everything.
okay.
Yes, his name is Christine.
Chris, if you can just say his full name. What is his full name?
It's Chris, the surname is Stain, Christine.
Okay.
Yes. And were required to follow all established procedures for formal registration as donated assets, as per processes from fleet. They said vehicles were not fitted with blue lights. Attached here is a letter from the proxy marked JDM 17. Last year, Advocate, when Matlala Commission started and when we were busy again as ad hoc, there's a team that comes from National Task Team that came from SAPS. They came, they went to the offices of EMPD. They met with those individuals. I was looking at them through cameras. They drove to Christine. They demanded to see and approve the letter, the budget and everything for blue light. He responded, I've attached that letter here, that there was no blue lights that were fitted by the city or by EMPD. There was no brand or there was no branding that was done to any other vehicle. He said the same thing that you've said. He said the same thing as this letter of investigation, the one that you are reading now, that was addressed to IPID. I don't know how did they do investigation, but the letter says that, confirms, the letter that he wrote last December or November, it confirms that what I've been saying, you see, that there are no blue lights, there's no branding that was done by the city. As I've said, that there's a process. You don't just wake up and say, I'm putting blue lights, you can't do that, you see.
So, by giving that testimony, are you now saying that you did not approach the Mr. Chris Stain for the purposes of installing blue lights on CAT VIP's vehicles? Is that your evidence?
It was not even part of the discussion. We were still discussing, we were still pushing to win these vehicles on our side. We were still busy with that process. And again,
When you say you were still looking to win the vehicles, because for the sake of time, what do you mean by that?
you know what happens, madam?
Yes.
When you donate, you start by donating to the city. He deals with the vehicles of the city. And ex-proxy, he decides, now I'm taking these 4 or 2 vehicles to EMPD. Like now when we buy vehicles, we don't buy vehicles for EMPD. We buy vehicles that are not branded. You buy them for the city. Then in that seat, we say, no, but it is our budget. And we bought 15, so it's fine. Then it gives you 15 vehicles. These 15 vehicles, that they don't have blue lights, they don't have branding. You get them from the manufacturer or from the dealer. Then you start another process, tendering process of making sure that you are fitting blue lights and you are fitting branding. When they are allocated to EMPD, you see, it was not even part of the discussion. And it was not even part of my mind or his mind.
When you say it was not part of the discussion, what was not part of the discussion?
The branding and the blue lights.
All right, you may continue with your, with reading in your statement.
I verified this with the city proxy, who is the sole official responsible for the managing the city's fleet. I informed him that a security company called Cat VIP Security had offered to donate their old vehicles after deciding to upgrade to a luxury fleet. This followed discussion with Mr. Matlala, as the department had been facing significant challenges due to shortage of vehicles. The proxy of the city, Mr. Christine, provided guidance on the correct process to follow and emphasized that the department should not incur any cost for donation given our financial constraints. As I've said, that the city that time had financial constraints. Even now, there are challenges. 63, he further advised that a letter of intent to commit will be required from the current owner of the vehicles. He confirmed that there is no prescribed format or legislation governing such letters for the city. As previous donations, such as those involving there was a donation, city program and Caesars program. There was donation of 3 or 4 vehicles from Caesars Paris, Empire's Paris. It's a casino in Cape Town Park in the city of Ekurhuleni. In Ekurhuleni program, and Gauteng heavy vehicles contributions were accepted through stranded letter of intent as per prox. Again, I was sent by the department to go and collect and lead the team that is collecting the vehicles there. There was no letter of donation, no letter of intent. All those processes happened after, but because it was instructions from the chief, we are keeping it under carpet. You see, but those vehicles were donated to the city. I'll talk to that.
By that evidence that you are now leading, are you saying that because you, firstly, is your evidence that the chief of police did something similar?
Many times. I will talk to that.
So what is that conduct? What is that he did which was similar to what? Are you saying that he also had cars donated similarly to how you also facilitated cars being donated? I'm trying to understand when you say he also did the same thing.
From different institutions.
Okay.
Yes. Got photos, I've got everything, evidence
Okay.
to provide to support that. On this one, I was there. We went to Limpopo. I led the team. We came with the trucks that are useless. We are parking them there. The state is spending, it's 3 trucks, two trucks. The state is spending a lot of money every month, every year to register those vehicles. We're not using them for anything. They were there. We were going to utilize them for heavy, for overloads, you see. But the way they were made, they are good for cars for 1987, 1991. The current technology and the cars that were heavy, you can't do anything. We donated, we got those donations. Those cars are parked at Albertine workshop now.
Okay. Just for the sake of completion, you are referring to JDM 19.
I'm not sure. On which bundle in this?
No, that one in front of you, yes. That is at page 100, page 100 on that bundle in front of you, yes.
Well, let me talk to this. But there are photos that are not here, but I'm making them. I'm going to submit so that to get all evidence. It's part of what I'm saying. Again, I'm getting charged because the intention in that memorandum of Matlala, it was also to donate a chopper. Not to donate, but to sponsor a chopper that will assist in terms of emergency or when we are responding in terms of crimes and other things, you see. And I'm charged for that. But after I'm being charged, they are doing the same thing too. EMPD doesn't have a chopper. Him the chief of police, Revo Peace, and Ivan to places. They go somewhere, they get the chopper from private company. They brand it. I've also confirmed with the fleet. Say, I don't know anything about. I'm the one who's branding cars. The chopper is branded. As you see photos, EMPD. I'm the director of specialized services. This K9 unit reports to me. I'm not aware about them and the up until somebody sent me this photo. Are you aware about this? I say, I'm not aware about this. You see, they are getting a photo, branding it the way Matlala wanted to do it. They said it's wrong. They charged me, they disciplined me. I was suspended for nothing. But after my suspension, 14 March 2022, you see.
Okay, you
They-
speak, if I can just come back to your evidence in respect of care to VIP, because the question is in regard to that. You say that it was at the initial stages.
Yes.
It never, what you're very clear about is that the cars were never fitted with blue lights. But you also speak about the process being in its initial stages. So which means there were other processes that were meant to follow. What are those?
Let me clarify, advocate. Mr. Stein was still registering the vehicles. You see, went to him and say, there's this person or this company that would want to donate 4 vehicles to the city.
Okay.
You see, then in those processes said, we can't even take those vehicles. There's a process that must be followed. We need to register the vehicles. We need to take that item to cancel. You see, those vehicles, we never received them physically. It was registration plate and papers to register them. They were still with the owner, you see, because I was on the hurry. I was
Honorable Skosana.
Ngiyabonga Mkhwanazi. Angijamisi witness wethu mangiphakamisa isandla witness angingimisi ungaqhubeka mangiphakamisa until uchairperson angirecognize. Che bengifuna nje i-clarity quick one. Inkolo yezakhuluma ngazo ukuthi bezijanyiswe somewhere. Mara bekumaphepha kuke wakhuluma nga something ngesizas isizas bosho kuphi mhlambe for clarity say
Captain Park Emperor's Palace.
Emperors, not
It
not
was
Caesar's
Caesar's
Palace.
before.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so those cars were parked there.
No, it's not those cars. Those
Okay.
ones were donated, branded, we utilized them.
Or you pick them up
Yes,
from
yes,
Emperor's
yes,
Palace.
yes. It
Thank
was no. It's 2 different institutions. The Emperor's Palace, it was done by Commissioner Revo Peace. Those cars were donated, they were utilized. Then again, there was another donation of the trucks.
Yes.
Yes, those that we picked at Limpopo. Then those that are still parked at Alberton stores or Alberton workshop, you can't utilize them because with the present cars that we're having, you can't check overloads and everything. See, but we got them, they are there. The process was done after, you see, after we received those cars, there's no processes that was followed. That shows that there's a challenge, there's a capacity, or there's a challenge in terms of police, in terms of receiving and getting the one that they claim. No, Chris is confirming that you did the same thing.
Yes, no, it's fine.
Yes.
What I just wanted to find out was clarity on that. And because now you extended you said those cars are still parked.
Yes, at Albertine.
When they were parked there?
Oh, I think it's 4 years now.
Thank
3
you.
or 4 years.
Thank you, Chair.
That's still there. Yes, they are big trucks.
Thank you, Chair.
Chief Whip.
No, Chair, I just wanted to remind you of what we had agreed on at the beginning after lunch. I think we had agreed that we will try our level best to not to intervene when the advocate is going through with the witness until 3 o'clock. So I wanted to remind you in case you forgot it. Thanks.
When that statement was made, the honorable member was sitting right behind you. May we proceed?
Okay. So you say that they were still at initial stages. Where were the vehicles at the time?
They were still with the owner,
They were with the owner.
Mr. Matlala, or the CAD security.
They were with CAT
Yes.
Security. According to Mr. Matlala's evidence that he gave he says that the vehicles were in the city's possession for a period of time.
No, it's the documents that were in our possession.
His evidence is that the vehicles were with the city. What, do you have a comment to that?
No, we never received the cars.
Okay, what documents were with the city?
The papers, the ID copies of the owner of the vehicles. In fact, the documents that confirm that this car belongs to that person.
What was the purpose of those papers being with the city?
The proxy was registering them to the city. Yes.
For the purpose of donation?
Yes.
And
Because he wanted the letter of intent to donate, we received ID numbers and everything, confirmed that they belong to him. They were in the process of registration.
okay,
Yeah, he clarified it that we can't, according to him, you can't get cars that are not yet, the council has not yet approved an item on it. You see, that means the previous one, the process was wrong. You see. But as I've said, that it shows the gap and the challenge in terms of policies on that. Because this, as he's saying in this statement and his letters that he has submitted, I don't know, it's JM, we filed it as JM, the letter from Christine. I think it's very important for us to check it. You see. Oh, but it's fine. The letter from the legal and corporate, our legal team confirms that. You see.
yes.
Yes, that there was still a process. Yeah. But
So-
once the process was happening,
So your evidence is that you were then suspended for something that actually hadn't even happened and was never the plan for it to ever happen.
Lola was never a pen. No,
The old
Lola,
plan was the donation.
yes, to receive the vehicles.
May I now
And,
take you?
and I must mention that I raised it many times, Chair and Advocate, that show me the photos of these 4 vehicles, show me where you stopped them, show me where you got blue lights. Because this story was on Instagram, and within our media team, somebody was making notes. They were calling me blue light blesser in each and every article, but I've said it's fine. Can you prove it to me? You see that you stop this car in Ekurhuleni, because they said these cars are operating in Ekurhuleni with blue lights. And I'm talking about officers, that when you see a car that belongs to a private person, you stop and arrest. It's a criminal conduct, it's an act. You see, and I don't even have powers to put blue lights. It's only the minister that is having those powers, or the recognized institution, police and EMPDs and what, and others that are having powers to put like your clinic, private clinics and things. They can put red lights and other things. You see, it's regulated. It's the powers that I can't change. It can be changed by this house. You see, not any other individual.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, if you can then go back to Annexure JM9, which is at page 56. According to that document that you say you saw for the first time 2 years later, because it was never given to you, somebody, I think you led evidence to that, fact that somebody sent it to you via WhatsApp.
Yes.
Yes, okay. That letter seems to be addressed to IPID, Acting National Head of Investigations at IPID. And in the letterhead, I'm not going to read in your case number that was being investigated. It starts off this way. I refer to your memorandum dated 1 September 2023, addressed to Chief of Police, Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department. So IPID, basically what it's saying is that IPID sent a letter to the city on the 1st of September. You agree with that? This report submitted to me during a meeting called at the office of the executive mayor, despite the manner of your approach being irregular, having excluded the head of department, HR, and city manager as the accounting officer, I nonetheless received the report and annexures. So the city is now confirming that they've received a report dated 1 September 2023 from IPID investigation team.
Yes.
I have since considered this matter. The IPID investigating officer states that since the suspect did not have powers to conclude any agreement on behalf of the city of Ekurhuleni, His actions amounted to fraud and corruption. I'm going to pause there. The suspect is on the subject line, and the subject line is Boksburg CAS 262-03/2023. It's in relation to corruption, fraud, and corruption, CCN, and your name is in brackets. Is that Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So when they talk about the suspect, they're talking about Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi
Yes.
yourself?
Yes,
Okay.
Advocate.
I have consulted with internal staff and I am advised that based on the current evidence, it will be difficult to prove fraud and corruption. This is from the city of Ekurhuleni, writing to IPED. Your report attaches little or no value to the statement of Director Mkhwanazi, the suspect. Then they get into the respective charges. In respect of fraud, there is unchallenged evidence that the suspect, while acting, if I may just stop there, your paragraph in your statement says that you were surprised why you were being charged, why there was misconduct. You said it was surprising to receive a letter at paragraph 54 that there was an investigation in relation to me for improper use of my position. You couch it as improper use of your position. And here we now know that the charge was fraud and corruption. And it was in relation to, okay, we'll read that in shortly.
Process.
There is unchallenged evidence that the suspect, while acting as chief of police, was given powers by Deputy Chief Police Mzolo to finalize matters relating to security division. Would you like to comment to that?
I think it responds to this.
It's responding, yes, it's responding, yes.
Yes.
The IPED is basically accusing you of having had powers that were handed to you by Mzolo.
Who opened the case? The opened the case is the Deputy Chief Revo Peace. He's responsible for other things. Me and my senior, who's the Deputy Chief, that I report direct to him. You see, he's the one and that Deputy Chief doesn't report to Revo Peace. He reports to the Chief of Police. You see, and the person who opened the case, it's EMPD. It's him who opened. And there was no way that he could have known anything because we're not reporting to him. For the past 20 years, since I was working in the city, I never reported anything to him. In fact, I don't even know that he's existing in the city, you see, because we don't have resources because of him, you see.
Okay.
And now he goes and open the case. You see, I will relate the story. Why is he opening the case? It's a
Okay.
question of a succession plan, you see.
Okay, but if we can then just go to paragraph 4 of that letter.
Yes.
It reads, according to the attached exhibits, the draft MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between the city and Medicare 24 was sent to the Chief of Police's PA for the Chief's attention in October 2021. This was pursuant to a to-do list given by the to the suspect by Mr. Mzolo. Okay, we can't really speak to that. We continue. The registration of the vehicles, which is what we are dealing with in that section regarding the allegations with blue lights. The registration of the vehicles was not done by the suspect, but by the authorized personnel from the fleet. This is what the city is saying back to IPED. The investigating officer says Steyn was instructed to effect registration on the vehicles. What vehicles are they talking about there?
It's those 4 vehicles.
You said the process was at initial stage.
Yes.
And I asked, I'm just asking you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, to perhaps give a version and give your evidence regarding that. What is your evidence regarding that now this report says that it was not just the initial stage, but there was now a process of registration? Because your evidence was that nothing actually ever happened. Even though Kat Matlala says that the cars were with the city, you said no cars were with the city. And you also say that, in fact, no cars were ever registered. There was an intention to do that, but nothing was ever done. Now, this is speaking to cars that were being registered. And I'm asking that perhaps you can take us on that and give us a version. What is your evidence on that?
No, Advocate, I think you couldn't hear me clearly.
Okay.
The initiation stage is a process of registration of vehicle. That's where it starts. You see, because once you donate, those vehicles must be registered to the person or must be given to the person. But Chris said we can't get them, we can't receive them physically. Let's finalize the process, the paperwork first, so that they belong to the city. Then when they belong to the city, that's where you can take them. It was on that process. It was busy with the initiation stage of registration of vehicles. That's a process that was busy with. When I've said to you, there were papers and ID copies of Matlala, it's because he was busy with that process. That's where you do registration. Because you must have original papers that belong to the person, you must have ID copy to.
So it was the initiation stage of registering the cars,
yeah.
which never actually happened. No blue lights, no registration.
No, blue lights are separate. Registration was there. Yes, it was done.
Registration was done.
Yes. When we were in the process of supposed to receive vehicles, it was stopped. That's where all these things came in, that there are blue lights and what. And Christian said, no, we can read it, then I will talk, because
It then continues to say the evidence by Steyn is that he was approached by the suspect, being Commissioner Mkhwanazi, for purposes of vehicle registration. And Steyn requested a letter of donation, which was duly produced by the suspect. And that letter, we don't have to go to it, is at page 99 of the bundle. It's not contentious, it's in your own bundle. The letter also sets out the cars at page 98, which cars ought to have been registered. You agree with that? Okay, so the letter of donation was received from CAT.
yes.
Okay, and those cars were 2 BMWs, 1 Mercedes-Benz, and 1 VW Golf. They are reflected at paragraph 3 of JDM 21, page 98 of the bundle. Okay, for now, we are still on the same page.
I lost you, madam.
Okay,
Which paragraph now?
we're back to page 57. We're reading the letter, but we were just reading it in context with the
Oh, you are referring to-
with the letter of intent. Therefore, Steyn was not instructed on the strength of this letter. Steyn then delegated this function to the relevant officer to do the registration. So this, when they say the strength of this letter, they're talking about the letter from CAT Protection, CAT VIP Protection, dated 15 June 2022. On the strength of this letter, Steyn then delegated this function to the relevant officer to do the registration. Therefore, Steyn was not instructed to do the registration, but he followed the fleet department's processes that regulate the vehicle registration. Furthermore, Steyn says he saw nothing wrong with the donation letter. So that's registration, which you do not have an issue with. You do confirm that the vehicles that I mentioned at paragraph 3, being 4 cars that belong to CAT VIP, were registered.
Yes, I do it.
Okay, then we get into the second section, which is paragraph 8. In respect of corruption, the investigating officer, Kulu, says fraudulently registering vehicles using the city's funds amounted to corruption because CAT benefited unduly. This is not true. That's what the city is saying. The city is disputing what the IPID has said. Is that correct?
Yes.
The vehicles were not registered fraudulently, as explained above. It is difficult to see how CAT benefited from the registration. That's what that says. The city is one that stood to the benefit of the registration of the vehicles, particularly considering that the EMPD had a shortage of vehicles. Okay. And then it goes on to say the elements of corruption in section 4, Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, requires a public official to act personally and not to influence others. Do you have anything, do you want to comment on this letter? This is a letter that goes back to IPID regarding IPID's IPID's investigation. IPID finds you to be guilty of corruption and fraud. And they base that on the memorandum of understanding. And their basis is that you had no authority, you were not an accounting officer, and you had no authority to enter into this memorandum of understanding with CAT VIP. And so therefore, you pretended to be a person who had authority. And that is the reason that they were recommending that you be charged. On the other hand, is a letter from the city contradicting the findings of IPID and saying, well, they are misguided on their investigation. Do you have a comment to that?
What I like about this letter, that they didn't engage me before they wrote this letter. I was not aware about this letter. I was not aware about the city's investigation on this, you see. And it was not even addressed to me, it is addressed to IPID. They responded to IPID, you see, 2020, there's a date, 06 December 2023. You see, even when I back, I'm not aware. But Chris has stated clearly, Chris here is confirmed, oh, the advocate Zulu, advocate Jabulo Zulu, and acting HOD head. He's an attorney or a lawyer too, you see. They are saying exactly what I'm saying and what I've been saying. That there were no blue lights that were fitted, or sorry.
No, I wanted to request the witness to speak through the mic. We are receiving complaints. They can't hear him. People who are watching from home.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to be disciplined. When I move paper, I move too. But I'm saying, I'm confirming, or I'm happy about this letter because I was not consulted when they drafted this letter. And I was not aware when it was drafted. And it confirms what I've been saying, what Christine, the proxy, is a senior person in the city, as I've said, that he deals with all the vehicles, that these are just gossip, rumors, and character assassination. You see, and IPID again, in their findings, it's a negative finding that recommends Legal and Corporate to charge me. And Legal and Corporate responds to them that we charge him with what? You see, that's a response between Advocate Zulu and Kulu, senior investigator from, you see. I think that's why. And yeah, there's no Dr. Mashaz, as people are saying, hey, it's close to Dr. Mashaz, what. Yeah, it's a Legal and Corporate of the city responding to IP, not even me. I was not included. I'm always saying thanks to Matlala, thanks to ad hoc. I was not going to come across this document or other documents. Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Commissioner. So what I would like to just ask you to comment on is the memorandum of understanding, because it seems that is where the problem actually starts regarding the blue lights. It starts with you being accused of impersonating an officer who is an accounting officer and is able to contract on behalf of the city. Do you have any comments on that?
Advocate, may I ask, I'm the employee of the city. Am I not supposed to be creative? Are we saying juniors of the city, they can't come up with anything that can assist the department or can assist the city? Their problem is that there's a memorandum of understanding that came in. It didn't come from a specific individual, but it came from the other. But that memorandum it went to the office of the chief. I engaged my senior Deputy Chief Mzolo, and he was aware that the chief is aware about this memorandum of understanding, you see. And that's how we lost these cars. We never received any cars. It was cancelled, everything. In fact, it didn't even take long. You see, we said, no, let's cancel because the Christians said it clear that the guys are can't help you. You are fighting. You are coming up with this story. The other deputy chief coming with the story, and the other deputy chief of police, the one that they're talking to, Mr. Mzolo, he's quiet. He doesn't want to say, yes, I received this, but this is my division. I'm responsible for this, you see. Then you end up saying, no, I don't want to be this. But I'm telling you, it happened many times before you see, and it happened because it was Rivers Peace was doing it. But when it's JT Mkhwanazi, it's crime. But I'm very happy that the department or the city, not the department, is raising all these issues to IPD. And you can't blame IPD. When any member of public or of police go and open the case, they must act, you see. They must act and do their own recommendations, you see.
No, thank you, Mr. Mkhwanazi. Just as a follow-up question. So when you say that as a junior member, you cannot be creative, would you like to elaborate on what you mean by that? Can you also contract on behalf of the city and draft memorandum of understandings? I just want to be a bit clear about your evidence.
I'm saying members came to me and said, Ndona, or they called me Ndona, but it means we're a senior personnel, we're a senior person. Ndona, you see, all those guys that we are training with, they're saying their boss, Matlala, want to change the fleet, you see, because he's targeting other investors that are coming from outside the country. You see, he wants to concentrate, but the type of vehicle that he's using, they're not in that standard, you see. But he want to change his fleet. I said, no, guys. They said, but let's ask, maybe we can have vehicles, you see. Then we communicated with Vos. Vos said, no, it's fine, but they're old. They're going to cost you in terms of fuel. They are old. You see, that's why I haven't changed them, because they're not even attractive to my clients or to the type of business doing. That's how it came in. That means members were creative. There is something to, you see. Then we started doing that, you see. And we submitted documents to the Office of the Chief of Police. You see, like Mike did, he emailed documents to them, and no one is denying them. They're saying, yes, we received them, but there was nothing. As I've said, that it's not even one. It was Mike, it was these others, you see, that are coming in that office, but there's nothing that is happening, you see. And there are challenges. Even now, there are challenges. When I've said that, at least when I'm acting, I took decision. When I acted last year, as you said, we were acting, I was taking decision. We were able to buy cars, you see. There was a process of making sure that we get bullet vest. Even now, there was a process of getting other cars. Whereas people who were there in the system, sitting for 20 years, they never bought cars, they never did anything. Budget was going back to the city, you see. That's a challenge. But the problem is that members on the ground are the one that suffers, are the one that feels the pain, they're the one that sees that, hey, if you can do this, maybe we'll be assisted. You see, they're the one that responds to the challenges that are facing our communities. Our communities are the one that are suffering every day. You see, because seeing one police officer, it's like seeing a production of 1,000. At least when you see them responding, it changes the mindset to the communities. But I think we don't see the way we are seeing it. You see, the letter of intention, I must put it categorically. It's not Vos who came to us. You see, I've accepted, I've agreed, and I've said it to Matlala Commission that I take the blame, because I'm the one who went to him and say, members are saying that he agreed. I don't want to yet, because he's arrested or not, to want to be nice to the committee. I must be honest with the committee. I'm the one who went to him. He said, say, please donate, you see. And he was clear to me that, hey, these cars are old. It was before we became close, because I've said that in that statement, after 2022, April and what. He was no longer discussing issues of Ekurhuleni. I think he was frustrated, discussing other issues, and you see.
Yes.
But it is us, me, especially me, that went to Mike, me, who went to Vusi Matlala. That time I didn't know, up until there was this me that things now, you see. But it was a businessman who ran the clinic and whatnot. That's why we communicated with him.
Okay, thank
And
you.
the business was registered. There was nothing wrong from.
Thank you, Commissioner. So what we know from that evidence regarding the blue lights is that you firstly did not fit any blue lights in Matlala's cars. You also had a letter of intent for him to donate cars, but no cars were in fact donated, and they were never came to, they were never delivered. Even though Mr. Matlala himself says that the cars were with the city. You deny that. You say he's inaccurate when it comes to that. That never happened. And then lastly, yes.
So I mentioned, as EMPD, we are at the end. We're at the receiving end. He will do his processes, finalize, get cars, and inform we've got cars, we're doing this and this and this. He will call you when he has finalized the process. That's how the process runs. When you finalize branded, or if the cars are there, he was going to tell us now the cars are there. There were no cars that were received. There were no cars that were fitted with blue lights. There were no cars that were branded, except those choppers of Mabilis, those choppers and the other cars. But I want to mention too that, except that in 2024, when I was 18, from 2020, I received again that there's another fleet from a certain private company that works with the chief of police, that works with Rivers, that donated for vehicle. It's 2 years after these processes. Now I'm 18, the chief is suspended. The other deputy chief is trying to run away to Tshwane because he came and lied that he has retired. He has retired, he's getting some pension from the city of Ekurhuleni, but he's still he's employed now as a deputy chief of police in the city of Tshwane. You can't be retired. But after 2 years of those processes, the same people, they get cars. It's part of this bundle. From another company, it's now the third company now. It's the chopper, no, the chopper, it's the third thing. The fourth company now, donate cars again to the city, not following the processes. You have punished me, you have opened a criminal case against me, but you are continuing doing wrong things again. If I didn't act, I was not going to be aware. As I've said that, I had to receive people because the structure has changed. When I receive, I check. Let me check out the cars. I said, but these cars, they don't belong here. Who do know the cars were donated by Chair, I'm not sure. You said I'm protected. I must mention the car because if I don't mention the companies, they are going to deal with me. So we are hiding things there. You see, I remember that it's Sintel donated 4 or 5 cars to the city, and those cars, I said they must park. Even now, they are still parked at Captain Park because members can't use private companies that are registered to the city. Because if a member, they're not insured when they're driving those cars, you can't respond as EMPD in those cars. If you got an accident, there's no insurance that is going to cover you. Because those cars must be registered, and they're not, they're hiding them. They don't want to register, but members are using them. Or passion. I stopped when I was 18. Advocate, you see now when I'm 18, I take decisions. Yes, I took a decision, these cars must park. Or if I was behaving like them, I was going to open a criminal case and say it's fraud too. You see.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mhm.
I think you have captured it well at your disgruntlement at paragraph 64 of your statement, where you say that it's important to note that a similar situation previously occurred during which Commissioner Mapie Revo and they lodged a complaint with IPID. They facilitated the procurement of 4 vehicles. So when you say a similar situation, you also just want to be treated like them, where you donate cars and nothing actually follows if you don't follow processes. Is that what you are suggesting? If you can just maybe finalize your evidence.
It shows that they went to IPIT and lied under oath that they didn't follow the processes and what. It happened before, it happened with me, even after me. They did the same thing. It's worse with them. They branded a chopper with EMPD. In fact, we are supposed to go and take that chopper because it belongs to us. It's having police branding.
Okay.
There are photos where they posed and took everything. Again, after that, they still go and receive cars. You see,
Okay.
Those cars now are parked in the city of Ekurhuleni, Captain Park headquarters of EMPD. My instruction was that we don't remove those cars. It's like I predicted, or my younger told me that one day you'll be called here. You see, to show that these people are continuing to do, they've been doing these things. But when it's a certain person that is not part of their succession plan, or is not part of them, they must now go to IP, make a noise, painting with blue lights and all these things. You see? And I'm getting photos and evidence of those things here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. If you would like to comment on your last paragraph in your statement, it is labeled witness D.
You know, advocate, it is very disturbing and hurting. Last year, I was called at Haddock for consultation. When I was at the airport, I took a first page of Star newspaper. When the flight were delaying, I decided to read newspaper because you must read. South Africa must be informed. You can't be a leader when you're not informed. The article says, witness D died, they killed him. I know that, I saw that in newspaper. I know the social media don't entertain them. But that article says that because he presented an evidence against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. I'm not called nice. criminal with all these words, Mkhwanazi. That's why he has died, because he's linked to those things. And surprisingly, I think you've got access of witness statement. Witness statement doesn't say I instructed him to dump a person. He's saying the person that I was talking to I've said he must dump. A person who said that I've instructed him, it's Revo's piece when he was testifying. You see, you can have access of that and read this paragraph 25, because I wanted that, because I don't know witness D. And he even said in his statement that he doesn't know me. He even calls me with a junior rank. And I didn't deny that I went there. I woke up, I went there. You see, because there's a success. They are saying there are goods that they've been supposed to cover. But as I've said it in Matlala, when I was there was no success. And you could see that you can't have an operation that started at 8 o'clock at night, having more than 30 officers around the area, 16, 17, 19 vehicles of all security agencies, police, security companies, EMPD. Then you want me to come and take charge. And when I said, where's the success? A person says his own things. But let me say it now, I've said it to Matlala. I don't know that person. And that person in his statement, he has said it that I've never spoken to that person. I don't know. Or when I'm saying that person, at Matlala, you mustn't say that person. I don't know witness D. And witness D doesn't know me. I started to know witness D after his murder. You see, but I don't know him physically. I never saw him. And now I'm able to receive some affidavits, some photos of the people that he killed in illegal mining when they were closing illegal. Even there, he's painting that there's a minister who instructed him to kill or to close that illegal mine. I don't think security companies, the Department of Minerals, they give powers to close mines. You see, but that's what he did. He confirmed. He was talking to journalists, telling them that, no, there's a minister, I want to try, running away from the responsibility. Again, there's a photo here of a plastic. Tomorrow I'm going to bring a memory stick so that I give it to you, where he's torturing a mother who's 59-year-old, putting plastic, the same thing that he said they did in that 2021 or 2022 thing. But secondly, I must mention that my family, my kids, and this thing has disturbed them, you see. And it is worrying now as I'm here, Chair. My attorney was shot at Poison, the one that was assisting me, Matlala and things, day before. It gives me worries now. I can't even move out of the house because I'm being seen as the killer police. Where go I kill people? I don't know for what, you see, because I was not even part of that. And they confirmed that they started the operation as the security companies, that one of Witness D. There were no police, but they called people, you see, later to come and do the whatever that they did. That I don't know, you see. And I never issued an instruction. I don't know that because he doesn't know me. And what I like that in his statement before he died, he has mentioned that it's just that we're still starting. I can't discuss it because it's under investigations and other things, you see. But the statement stated clearly. And when I checked the statement of the witness that is coming from the department, the same deputy chief of police, he's the one that I instructed, but he was not there. But witness is very clear in his statement. It's what, paragraph 25, it's very clear. You'll be charged by social media, you'll be charged, but it's worrying when people are dying like this and you are quiet, there's nothing that is happening, you see. Because a lot of people that are dying,
Thank you.
people died in that crime. People are dying in illegal mines, you see. Now I've got a statement, affidavit, of a white person who's complaining.
Thank
He said that there's been tortured, plastic was put by this witness, he wanted some
Thank-
information and
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, I suspect it's a sensitive issue because it must be under investigation and we can't call the person to come and give their version. I think you wanted to speak to it and say just not necessarily your whole version because it's under investigation, but I think you wanted to mention it. So I suspect, Chair, we have come to the end of leading evidence and we hand over back to you.
Can we give a Advocate Mkhize a round of. Malibongwe,
Ucwabe kasihlandla wena wasembo.
Malibongwe.
Phela khabazela mavovo.
Yeah, can you say it again? Can you say it again, Honorable
Ucwabe
Nova?
kasihlandla uyena wasembo. Kuphela umavovo.
Kawaze.
Khabazela.
Thank you so much.
I'm not sure if this is still about the leading of evidence. Chair.
This is
The manner in which Nomvalo is singing, I'm not sure if it's still about the leading of evidence.
this is the kind of South Africa we desire to have. The South Africa we have always wanted, where an African woman can be praised by men, and not always women praising men. Can you say it again, Honorable Nova?
Amasi,
No, this guy from the Eastern Cape is conservative. Chair.
Say it.
Ukhabazela kuphela kamavovo. Ucwabe kasihlandla wena wasembo. Honorable Nqola is jealous. He's being
Thank you
jealous.
so much.
amasi akhanya eswini.
Thank you so much.
Ngiyayiqedelela.
Yeah. Yeah. You know where we come from in our communities. Every time the item of a family praise comes, a woman will be called. But today is us here praising woman, the South Africa we always wanted to see. Thank you so much, Advocate Mkhize, our witness, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the presentation of evidence by our witness, and I'm taking the time now is almost 20 minutes after 15 hours. I'm allocating 15 minutes to alternate members and 30 minutes to full-time members. I want us to start now. Can I get an indication from Honorable Sangoni, who is starting from the African National Congress?
Thank you very much, Chair. Congratulations again, Advocate Mkhize, the South Africa that the ANC policies have built. From the ANC Chair, we will be starting with Honorable Nduli, the Chief Whip, followed by myself, and then we will then use the rotation later on for Honorable Sokanyile and Honorable Moila. Thank you very much.
Okay, from the MKP, who is speaking?
From the MKP, Chair, we're not changing anything. We're following the usual order.
Okay.
Speak in one voice, Chair.
Honorable Skosana.
Now bese ngibuza nje che ngoba masiye lunchini uthize kuzoqala honorable so khanyile uze sethintshe kuphi manje che
Puma. You enter where? Puma.
Do you want to respond to that, Honorable Sokanyile?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was telling the honourable member that he must leave the ANC things to ANC and deal with the MKP things.
He must keep his Europe,
Yeah.
and you
himself.
keep your Zimbabwe.
No, he must keep his Zimbabwe, then we keep our Europe.
Chair, it's you who said so when we went for lunch. It's not
Yeah.
me.
The
So
leader,
we are waiting for you to tell us that we have paid.
the leader of the ANC delegation in this committee is
But Chair, it's difficult to leave
Honorable
ANC,
Vanve.
even witnesses are members of ANC. I'm not Mkhwanazi.
and
Comrades, I know you still think you're members of the ANC. Just come back.
Honorable
Just come
Brendan
back.
Barr
Only the ANC thinks.
has taught us to speak in one voice as parties in this committee. Honorable members, the witness has requested a convenience break. So we are going to resume at 3:30. May you all stand up and leave the chambers.